Hey everybody, welcome to A Dark and Hungry God Rises. I'm gonna just do some quick announcements for you all. This weekend is the Extra Life charity stream we are going to be participating in with the 20 Connect. Me, Alex, and Rick are all going to be taking part in that charity event. We will have different. I'm gonna have my normal games and streams going on throughout the weekend, but we will be hosting the other streamers involved, and also we're gonna be sharing opportunities to donate to Extra Life. Rick can tell you a lot more about them. He has been involved in raising money for that charity for quite some time, actually.
Yes, Extra Life is a charity that donates to the Children's Miracle Network, which is the children's hospitals around the country. Um, as far as I can tell, and as far as my research, they donate 90+% of what is donated directly to the hospitals. I can tell you that here in Cincinnati, the Children's Hospital here took care of two of my two oldest children and one of my friend's children on a monthly basis. Great people. They survive nearly entirely on donations and grants and things like that. So take care of them. Great people. They do a lot of good work, and they're in a lot of genres.
And we are on our new setup here, so bear with us a little bit as we get used to the intricacies of Foundry and also the random adjustments that we may need to make to the cameras due to using Discord for everything now. So we appreciate your patience. We have dice going out to our winners of our contest this month. Our contest ended like immediately into the start of the of the month of August, so we'll get a new one up and running soon. So we'll get that together and we'll get it out there for you. I think that's all the announcements we have right now.
Mark, I think
yes.
The charity stream is the 28th and 29th. That's not this weekend.
It's not this weekend. You're right. It's next weekend. It is the weekend of the 28th and 29th. Thank you very much. Those are the dates. If you missed it, I dabbed. That happened. We got to both of our goals of 200 subscribers and 300 followers. So we will be setting some new goals, and I will be finding greater ways of demeaning myself for your entertainment. But for all of you who have participated in that, we are incredibly grateful. So thank you. This stream is brought to you by our subscribers, by those who are generous enough to gift subs, and by those who are our patrons and our players. So honestly, a heartfelt thank you to all of you. Without further ado, let me allow my players to go ahead and introduce themselves and their characters, and we'll give you a brief rundown of what's been going on. It's all you, man. As always. Alex.
Alrighty. Hello, everybody. I am Alex, also known as Big Lundy on Twitch and Twitter, and all those sorts of things. I am playing Vasir, the Astral Arms Monk, who is very excited because we are going to be, today, heading towards his old monastery that he has only been gone from for about a month, actually. Well, about a month and a week. Month and some change. To go talk to his master and such and do a whole bunch of fun stuff.
Hey y'all, my name is Kim. I will be playing Mirth, the Tiefling Eloquence Bard / Fiend Warlock, who's just very excited to be back on the road. The city is nice, but the road is where he spent most of his time.
Hi, I'm David. I'm playing Angus, the party's revived rogue, who is enjoying being close to the water again for the first time since he left the crew of his old pirate vessel. Has been fishing a little bit and being quite consistently shown up by our lizardfolk companion, Sharphide.
Greetings. I'm Reckham the Loophole King. I will be playing the part of Sarani, the Shambulid Swarmkeeper Ranger Halo Circle of Spores Druid, who is now becoming the Avenger of Nature after slaying an Aboleth. And I have my trusty sidekick and my partner, Sharp-Eyed, with me, who is a Lizard Folk Ranger, and we are going to continue to impose our will upon the land of Oredin.
I'm the Mark Knight. I'm sorry, if you haven't been paying attention to chat, then you don't know what's going on right now. Oh, God. I'm the Mark Knight. I am your Dungeon Master this afternoon and most days here in the land of Oredin. In fact, I will be playing D&D for the next 21 to 30 days straight on stream. God help me. In any event, Lundy just assumed that all Italians are used to staying up until 4 in the morning and then waking up at 10 a.m.
No, I think that Italians have a very good work ethic, and as such, they don't mind not sleeping a full 8 hours.
I see. So it was it wasn't a vicious stereotype. It was somewhat positive.
Exactly.
Yes, Thursday I am going to be guest appearing on Vanish X Zone's stream. It's twitch.tv/VanishXZone. DM Matthew has asked me to guest star on his dungeon crawl game that he has been doing. So yeah, check that out on Thursday. Well, your Thursday games are in the evening, Jess. I will still be able to watch them. This game is going to be taking place in the early afternoon, so I will play during the day, and then I will watch your stream in the evening. Relax, okay?
Now listen, Jess, he just wants to watch so he can watch you kill me for a third time.
Whoa.
That's all that's required.
I mean, any opportunity to watch your characters die is always fantastic. Still trying to figure out how to burn a Shambulid to the ground. I gave you a stupid ring that prevents you from being vulnerable to fire. I'm an idiot.
Yep, you sure did.
So yeah, Thursdays I'll be doing that this week, and so pretty much every day is D&D. Monday nights we've got A Company of Fools. Tuesday afternoons we've got A Dark and Hungry God Arises. Wednesdays we have Help Wanted at 1 and The Dance Macabre at 7. On Thursdays I will be participating in DM Matthew's stream for the next 3 or 4 weeks. Fridays we have the Artifact Recovery Corporation at 7 p.m. Saturdays are my world building stream at 1, and then we have the Road to Nowhere at 7 p.m., where you will see the epic conclusion to the Battle in the Sewers. And then Sundays are What Lies Beyond on the Loophole Kings channel, where I play Andal Greaves, the somewhat intelligent and somewhat foolish wizard.
Slightly neurotic.
Along with Alex and David here, who are also players in the stream, and Jess out there in chat, who likes to give me a hard time about literally everything.
Well, that's your fault.
I don't know how, but
you're
sure.
You're the one that decided to engage in that sort of relationship.
Maybe that can be the new bet, though, is people pick a day between like 1 and 30, and how soon, because you've been playing so much D&D, you're going to be like Tom Hanks in Mazes and Monsters and lose touch with reality.
I've already lost touch with reality, man. I'm trying to do this for a living. If that's not losing touch with the reality, I don't know what it is. Anyway, when last we left our nameless band of heroes, they had been in Twilant Hill and had, taken an Aboleth down with particular, if not ease, well-timed strategy on the part of their ally, Felix, the gnome wizard.
Efficiency.
You have spent some time in the city recuperating and are now on the road between Twiland Hill and the Way of the Open Mind Monastery. As you said, Angus, you've been able to spend some time near the water fishing, and though Sharp-Eyed has a natural skill at it, you find moments where you're able to teach him a thing or two. Mostly phrases he shouldn't know in common. He has been rapidly learning the language over the course of the last week, and his vocabulary continues to expand.
I fully like to think it's that, like, I've got a fish on the end of the line and it gets away, and so I'm just, like, cursing a blue streak. And he's just repeating it without understanding the context.
Absolutely. 100%. He doesn't need to understand context in order to use phrases. Sarani is learning a few of these interesting phrases as well, as wherever Sharp-Eyed goes, he's not too far behind. The pair of life mates that have formed through that bond of swamp dwellers has continued to grow stronger on the road. And though these lands aren't swamplands, the nearness to the river is quite helpful for you, Sarani. The sun beating down is still difficult for you to deal with out here in the upper world, but at least the waves of humidity that come off of the waters of the river keep you from drying out. Murph.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Sarani's also, during the time that he had, he did visit the other churches and grab some texts that he could read on the deities of Oredin. So he's doing that in his downtime.
Absolutely. Mirth, did you ever return the books to the library, or are they still in your haversack?
Maybe a few of them. If he liked some, he'd probably keep them. He'll bring them back eventually.
Every time that you camp, and well, you've only camped once or twice since you've been on the road, but every time Mirth pulls out one of those books, Angus, you physically grimace on the inside, having had a couple of interactions with the spirit down below the library. It has become clear that place was his domain, and he is quite protective of the things that dwell there.
I was going to say, before we left Twiland Hill, Angus did pay a second visit to the archivist.
Absolutely.
And learned a particularly interesting piece of information about Isabel. I would normally have shared it with Luna, who is unfortunately not with us at the moment.
She's not.
But Mirth has also made it clear that he is interested in recording poems of the past lives that Angus has had. So he would probably have shared this with Mirth during their recent decision to impart certain knowledge to each other mutually. And has let Mirth know that, according to the archivist, Isabel lived somewhere between about 350 to 400 years ago.
Oh, okay.
All
right.
Vasir, your thoughts drift back as you've been on the road. They kind of go back and forth, much like your times of practice. They bound about, sometimes moving forward to an excitement for returning to your monastery, and at other times bouncing backward to the note you found towards the middle of your stay in Twiland Hill. The letter that was slipped to you by Luna in the night. It sits now in your hands as you take a break for an afternoon meal on the road with your companions. Your first instinct was to follow, but Since the events, perhaps there's a little more trust, especially knowing that, well, where she's headed is not dangerous. And I will share with you the letter on screen, and one of you can read it, or maybe you can read it, Alex.
Sure, I'll give it a go.
You probably would have read it to them, because
Yeah.
she slipped it to you under your door at the inn. So you would have had it in the morning. And your thoughts drift back to that morning after, in the tavern's common room, when you gathered everyone to read the letter to them.
My dear friends, I am sorry that I could not tell you this in person. Perhaps if I were more the leader you believe me to be, I would be able to do so. I'm sorry that I cannot prove to you that things are okay and that I am fine, so this letter will have to do. In all honesty, I am not sure that I am fine. Events have been unfolding in such a drastic pace, so much has happened and far faster than I have been able to process. By the time you read this, I will be halfway to Drayen. I am riding back to Lemil to check on my father and the people of my village. I need some time to figure out how I feel. Time to become the person that you seem to believe I already am, the leader that you deserve. I imagine that the hardest thing I would ever do was to leave Lemil on my quest, but as I write this letter, I am in tears at the prospect of saying goodbye. Even if only for a short time, to the family I never knew I needed and loved this much. Do not worry, I will not be away for long. We have a world to save together. I will see you all again very soon. With love, Luna.
This, your thoughts kind of sink back to that moment when you read the letter and the reactions of your companions and your own during that time in the tavern. The Arrow was quiet that morning, and you even managed to draw Mirth into the common room from his apartments that morning before reading the letter. And so you all sit around listening quietly. Some of you may even be thinking that these are the most words that Luna has ever spoken to the group at one time, and she's not even here to say it. And what were all of you thinking that morning as you listened to Vasir read the words off the page that were so eloquently penned by your quote-unquote sovereign?
Well, personally, I trust that she knows what she's doing. We've made it clear before that we would prefer to go with her when necessary. But all things considered, we are on a bit of a timetable, and making sure that we get all the items that we can in as quick a manner as we can is very important. So if she's leaving that responsibility to us, then we should definitely honor that.
This letter came just in time for the dress to be finished.
I wish I would have been able to utilize that, but I suppose we'll have to wait another time in which we have a little bit of time to ourselves.
You even bought a shirt.
Yeah, Vasir's actually wearing a
So
shirt
beautiful.
now. He's wearing a shirt now. It's like a white button-down dress shirt, and he's like, "Well, I don't have a purpose for this anymore, but I did promise that I would wear this as soon as that gets done." So he's got Luna's dress in a box that he's keeping with himself.
The funny thing is, Vasir would not wear a shirt to go see the Queen, but he did wear a shirt for Luna.
Yeah, I mean that tells you something about him.
Something. Angus, what's going through your head as the letter is read and you're sitting at the table there at the Arrow?
Angus is generally pretty stone-faced as the letter is being read, and just, okay, I guess that we will meet her later. And then finds the time to pull Mirth aside as sort of Mirth's heading back to his apartment, and just whispers to him, like, "Is this my fault? Did she leave? She kept saying, listen, and I didn't." Did I drive her away?
I don't think it's your fault. Don't worry. I think she had a calling to her village, and she'll be back. Hypocrite, though.
I don't think it's anyone in particular's fault.
Well, hold on, Alex. Would that have been privately between Angus and Mirth at some point?
This is specifically
Okay.
because
Yeah,
it
that's
avoids
okay.
the concern of what will I say to Visir if she doesn't come back?
I have no clue. I usually just run away before I have to apologize to anyone, so I'm not a big expert on this. But I don't think it's you. I'm just slightly miffed that she told us not to go gallivanting off on her own and then proceeded to do so herself.
Okay. Admittedly, you've made it clear you're not one for apologies, but I'll work on something for when we see her again, to let her know that I've taken the point, whether she meant it or not. I'll try to be a little more obedient in the future.
You do you.
That is the most Mirth response ever. Mirth, while the letter was being read, what was going on with you?
He'd just be frowning slightly. Again, he does think it was a bit hypocritical of her to tell them not to go, going out on their own, and then she leaves in the middle of the night to go visit a village halfway across the continent. He knows she's capable, so he's not concerned. But yeah, his feelings would have been a relief to get an upfront disclosure of it. He does appreciate the calligraphy, though. It is beautiful penmanship, and he will remark on it.
And Sarani?
Sarani has no response.
Okay. Sharp-Eyed just is sitting there eating an apple that he's pulled out of Sarani at the table and listening to the letter. He has this, well, you're not sure. You think it's a thoughtful expression for a lizard man, but it's always so impossible to read what the look on his face is. And
What's very thoughtful? Sarani knows.
when somebody mentions Luna being capable, if someone mentions Luna being capable, he simply nods and says, "Badass."
In a sad tone.
Yeah, I like the downcast. Yeah.
Just like, she's badass. She can handle herself. Kind of an expression. But yeah, a little bit like, he doesn't like that she's gone either. You can kind of tell. Your thoughts return to the road at hand, Visir, and Mirth's off reading a book as usual during this short time, and surprisingly so is Sarani. And you look up and you see that Sharp-Eyed and Angus are still fishing, and Angus seems to be teaching Sharp-Eyed some kind of phrase in common, one that you've not heard before, nor do you really understand what he means by it. But it probably has something to do with the brothel that he brought you to. Yeah.
Steve is with Visir.
Okay. Steve is kind of sitting there next to you. You have the letter. You have the letter open in your hands, and you're like fiddling with it, kind of reading it again. And Mr. Giggles is like sitting on your on your shoulder, looking at the letter as well, with like his chin in his hands, as if he's also reading the letter.
I would like to describe something real quick, because
Sure.
Rick just reminded me that I also have a familiar now.
Go for it.
So Mirth is kind of leaned up. Would have Visir have brought his wagon for the journey?
Of course he would.
His carriage.
Of course. Well,
Yeah,
the carriage,
right.
yeah.
Yeah, he's kind of leaned up against one of the wheels, and he's looking into the sky with a book in his hand and lazily dictating and kind of perched on his shoulder is a small origami dragon. And its two foreclaws are grasping the paper, and the back legs are supporting it on Mirth's shoulder. And his tail is curled around under him and produces ink with which he scratches onto the scroll, whatever Mirth is dictating. And he would have introduced all of you to his familiar. He named him Pendragon,
Nice.
which means King of Dragons, and he's a little origami dragon folded from a scroll of prestidigitation. He can use the first effect to breathe a tiny puff of smarks like a real dragon, and the final effect to produce a mark on a surface which he can use to write. So he can help me bookkeep without opposable thumbs.
Very nice.
And if anybody wanted to have a swim, Mirth could cast water breathing now. If you wanted to go take a dip.
I will remind you that I don't need to breathe.
Okay, well, some of us do, buddy.
I've
No, this can
Reminding
help
you.
us.
I'm pretty sure that literally half the people with you right now could swim without needing that.
I don't have a swim speed per se, but I can turn into a fish.
Yeah.
So
And Sharp-Eyed is amphibious.
I don't have a swim speed. I can walk on water, but
that's close enough. I mean, you're touching the water, so that counts, right?
yeah, of course. That's how baths work.
Yeah. I totally see Vasir's feet like moving super fast, like a little Chihuahua dog paddling on the water, but just like that, barely touching it.
Just go in, swish his feet back and forth really quickly, and then jump out and be like, "I'm clean now."
I'm good. We're so wrong.
He'll make liberal usage of that.
Soroni is also starting to keep a journal of animals
Okay.
of the that he sees here in the wild. Pictures and descriptions of how they look and act. Whoa!
Yeah.
You just shifted me.
Yeah, you just shifted because we lost Kim for a second here. I
Oh,
will fix your camera.
no, that's okay. It just kind of caught me off guard.
There it is. Yeah, that's gonna happen.
That wasn't too bad. I could have leaned over if I needed to.
Yeah, that's fine.
I live my life at a 45-degree angle anyway, so.
The first day and a half of your journey on the road has been uneventful. You're following the river crossing road, at least as far as it will take you before veering off the main path and onto the smaller roads and byways that traverse Oredin. Vasir, you took this route to get to Anchor, and so you know that there are a couple of small towns along the way that you'll be able to stop at that are beholden to Drayan if you need to resupply.
Which way are we headed?
You are headed from... You are currently on River Pass Road, right around here.
Okay. Yeah.
Actually, this would be... One day would be here. So you're probably more about here right now.
Right.
And your plan is to follow it along until you reach the monastery.
Which is where?
Here, by the lake. It is by the lake, just beyond Drayan. Just south of Reddenburg Fortress.
Oh, okay.
You
So we find ourselves on the road to the Way of the Open Mind Monastery. Gosh, that's a mouthful. There has to be a faster way to say it. The Wotom? Sometimes you drop the T when you're making it into an acronym, though, but I guess that would make it the Womb.
To be entirely fair, I think being able to just say it's the Way of the Open Mind Monastery every time you reference it, part of that has to do with just whether or not you have the patience to do it. And if you don't have the patience to even say the name, then you really probably shouldn't even be a student there.
Is that why you left?
No, I left because I was already judged worthy of being able to go out into the world and start learning in a more practical sense.
Oh, so that's why you met me and Mirth. We're like teaching you patience?
You'd be surprised how much patience I already have.
I have a very long attention span. I'm good at reading. I can sit really still with a book for like 3 hours, I think. I'm an expert. You're welcome.
I could teach you patience. I have cards.
I suppose cards could help in that aspect, but I think I'm pretty good at patience. After all, I can meditate for hours on end.
If you want to learn good patience, come stand next to me. And Serrani will root himself and not move for 8 hours.
I don't really have a problem with that. I can just meditate for the entire duration.
Standing? I'm standing, I don't sit.
Yeah, I can stand while meditating. That's not hard. Sitting is sometimes preferred depending on the situation that you're in, but standing's fine.
24 hours after Luna has left and we're all just stood in a field.
Let's see how long we can stand still for 8 hours. Angus is basically dead. He could just, stop breathing and not move for 8 hours.
I can do this indefinitely, by the way. I think Angus and I win just out of the sheer fact that neither one of us actually has to get up and move to do anything.
I also feel like Mirth would just cast Silent Image and go do other things.
He absolutely would.
He's sitting in the carriage reading and just re-up Silent Image every once in a while, so it continues to sit there.
Or just Thunderwave everyone else so he wins after they all fall over.
I can't
That
fall
could
over
work
from a
too.
tree.
Yeah, when
over.
Serrani's rooted, he can't be knocked prone.
It pushes them back.
Well, I
Nope.
mean, yeah, he can't be pushed or knocked prone when he's rooted.
Oh, okay.
He also can't do
cheater.
anything. He can't do anything else either.
Yeah.
He can't do anything. He's literally a bush at that point.
I just love the visual that you would cast it and it would just be his entrenched feet carving a groove through the earth. And you're like, this will be useful for when we have to plant our orchard for our apple pie business.
Oh, we're gonna revolutionize the industry.
Well, no, we just have to hire dead people like Angus, because they don't have to breathe, we don't have to feed them. They can
I
work
will
for
start an undead union.
Yeah, that's all it takes. Luna's got to be gone for one session, and we're now completely off the rails.
Oh yeah, so many antics.
I just love the thought of her coming back, and it's just what's happening? It's well, I'm unionizing the undead,
Yeah,
and Serrani and Mirth have decided to abandon the quest to defeat Warriga to start an apple pie business.
Luna's gonna show up at the monastery and is like, they should have been here by now.
she can walk down the road and find our pop up an hour away.
Yeah, she's just gonna walk down and find us all out there, with Sharp Eye as the foreman, just yelling "badass" at everybody anytime they stop working.
Yes, exactly.
Badass.
As you have this delightful conversation over your stop for lunch, and again, not only has it been uneventful, but it is the height of summer now. It's warm, it's hot and sunny, and traveling this close to the river just it gives you the moments to dip in or have fresh water when needed. Cool cool drinking water. Angus, you know waterways. How well do you know? You've mostly been on the ocean, though, right? Not around rivers.
Yeah, this is freshwater. I don't know jack about it.
Okay. All right. Give me anybody who's trained in nature can give me a nature roll as you travel.
Oddly enough, the ranger druid is not trained in nature for some reason.
I have jack of all trades, but I'm not trained. I'll check sharp eye.
Yeah, I feel like Sharp-Eyed might.
I feel like sharp eye does.
I thought I had nature.
Yeah, he is.
You are kind of like a living, shambling mound that's gained
Sharp-eyed
sentience somehow.
has
So
also like never been outside of the swamp, so I don't know how much he'd know about these either.
That's okay. Let him roll nature if he's trained in it.
Mine is bound to mirth, so I'll roll manually.
Okay.
16.
Okay. Yeah, he grew up in the swamp, but there are plenty of waterways in the swamps, right? Sharp-Eyed is fishing with, or you're traveling along the road, and Sharp-Eyed has been watching the water a lot, both when fishing and even when traveling. And he turns to you, Angus, and he points to the edges of the banks of the river, and he goes, "Lo."
does seem to be a little bit, yes. I suppose, well, we're heading towards the mountains, so I guess we can ask somebody closer if the snowfall's been a bit light this winter.
Sharp-Eyed nods, and he points with one of the sabers and shows you, "Here, now here." The difference between the banks.
Are you saying something's been here?
I think he's saying that the water is thinner than it usually is. Or should be.
Serrani will take a look as well. Apparently I am trained in nature.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't selected in the...
Yeah.
I guess it's just going to sort of look upstream and just go, is it possible there's a blockage of some kind?
Maybe there's like a dam that was made?
Yeah. What's Serrani notice about the water?
The water is a little lower than normal. It's not terrible over here, but it is. You can see on the bank. You can see that you can see where the water level usually is, and you can see that it is, maybe like an inch or 2 inches below that water level.
Oh, that's.
It's not.
Would the weather be able to account for it?
Well, you've been on the road for a couple of days and you haven't experienced any rain yet, but it's only been a couple of days.
Well, I mean, the weather in general, even in Twyland Hill. I mean, has it been like droughty?
It hasn't been in Twyland Hill. This has been like, you're just noticing it. It's not anything that. Serrani, with a 22, it's not something that you are necessarily readily concerned with, but it is notable. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to say, it could just be a weather pattern. It could also just be, some sort of creature may have built a dam of some sort upstream and causing it to slow the flow. We should keep an eye on it, but it's nothing. If it continues to get worse, it could affect the farmlands south of here.
You continue your way on the path, and after a little while, this year you're driving the carriage. Would all of you be in the carriage or walking with it? How much of your stuff is in the carriage? That's true too. What's your marching order? Sharp-Eyed would stay outside. He likes it outside. He walks.
Yeah, Serrani would be out front.
Okay.
Probably 100 probably 100 yards ahead,
Okay.
at least.
Angus?
Again, just in my usual position towards the back, keeping an eye out that nothing's creeping up on us from behind.
Okay. Mirth?
On Phantom Steed, running rings around the carriage when he gets bored.
Okay. So most of your stuff is inside the carriage rather than on the top of it, since none of you are riding in it.
How close are we to the water from the path?
Right now, you are, the path runs right along the river.
Okay, so Sharp Eye would be down along the bank, probably.
Okay.
Closer to the water than he would be the cart, just in case something appears from the other side of the river.
And also, every hour or so, Mirth will call everyone to reconvene near the carriage, where he will ritual cast telepathic bond on everybody, so we can maintain contact over any distance in any language.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yep. So Sharp-Eyed can speak to us fluently now, as long as that's up. And
nice.
as soon as anyone knows about any danger, they can notify everyone else instantaneously, and we don't have to talk face to face
Cool.
in front of anyone.
Well, good.
This has the added benefit that I can try to test you on the thieves' cant that I've been teaching you from a distance.
So Sharp-Eyed can literally speak to you normally now.
He can, yeah.
Okay. Sharp-Eyed and Sharp-Eyed says, as he's walking along the riverbanks, "The warrior Vasir, you are taking us to your home?"
I suppose it would be, yeah. I grew up there my entire life, so technically speaking, it's my home.
Many warriors in your village.
Oh, yes. Though most of them are still students. They wouldn't really be terribly effective. All the senseis are really strong, though. Especially Master Morrison. Each one of them has a different specialty. One can shoot fire from his hands. One is really good with weapons. One is really good at making things happen magically, but without the arcane. They all have different specialties.
Have you come to live there? If you lived there your whole life, were you born there?
I was born somewhere else. My parents dropped me off when I was still a baby. I was able to figure out the reasonings why after growing up. Master Morrison didn't tell me anything about it. Apparently I was just dropped off, but after I had left, I met up with my brother in one of the towns that we'll be passing by here on the way. He told me that my parents were worried that I wasn't going to fit in with everybody else. Apparently, my tribe, anyway, were well known for being very large and very muscular. And I was considered a very small baby. So they were worried that I wasn't going to live a good life there. So they decided to drop me off somewhere they thought might be able to take care of me. So that's where I ended up spending my entire life then. I never really knew who my parents were, and I didn't know that my brother was my brother until he introduced himself.
Huh. That sounds like a good story.
Well, I would prefer to think more of the time that I spent in the monastery generally. That's where most of my life is, so it's where most of my memories are. So that's what matters the most as far as I'm concerned. Master Morrison is kind of like a second, like my actual dad in a way, I guess. Mostly responsible for raising me.
It's the right way to think about it. Right before I went to sea, my mother told me that I was not son by blood. whoever my birth mother is, she abandoned me in the back room of an inn. And my parents, they were having trouble having a child of their own, so they took me in. And because I was a kid at the time, I rebelled, ran away, ended up on a pirate ship. And one of the things that Captain McGilroy taught me is that family are the people who love you. That's what matters.
Well, I definitely know Master Morrison cares about me. I'm not sure if he loves me. I do annoy him a lot.
That sounds like family to me.
Lizard folk have many young at once, many eggs. The whole village, we raise them together under the shaman and the chieftains. If some are too weak, they die.
I guess, in my situation,
That's pretty brutal.
the weak one was brought somewhere else to be raised instead of left to die, I guess.
You're
I
kind
guess
of
I
letting
prefer-
them define you when you call yourself the weak one. Do you think you're weak?
I don't anymore. It was something that I struggled with for a while. I was never as physically strong as most of the other students. But I was very quick, and I was always working really hard to make sure that I was in the best shape that I could possibly be in. And, well, it just ended up well for me. I was able to figure out a lot of stuff and just kind of appreciate what I am capable of.
Okay, but strength isn't everything. Say a dragon shows up. Who's gonna live? Somebody who's really strong, or somebody who's really quick?
I mean, it kind of depends on how strong they are.
Strength is not determined by size. Some young are small. We think they will die, but they survive because they are cunning and fast. They can defeat ones that are strong. You are like this.
I'm not sure about the cunning part, but fast. That's certainly true.
I
I
meant
feel like
Angus.
my brother, he was always
True.
rather small.
Wow. Awesome.
My brother Silver was quite small, and he never manifested the magical side as much as my other siblings, but now he's alive and halfway across the ocean in the army, so I figure he's doing pretty well.
If you want to
Hopefully.
learn to be cunning this year, I have cards. I can teach you.
Does cunning mean that I gotta lie a lot?
No.
No.
Sharpite says it completely serious. Angus says it with his, like, tone to his voice.
Well, so long as I don't gotta lie a lot, I'm perfectly fine training my cunning. Whatever that means specifically.
Okay, we'll start a book club or something.
Cunning.
Oh,
Finding
that sounds
weakness. Finding weakness, using it. Knowing strength, using it. Speed, using it. Knowing how to survive when others die. That is cunning.
Fair enough. I'd say
Convincing your predator that you are actually prey and you are the hunter. That is cunning.
so. I guess cunning can happen in a lot of different ways.
Yes.
We're using the word so much it's starting to lose all meaning.
Yep.
I think you're upset because your special word is being used too much.
Well, it just has a different context to Sharp Eye and Sarani because it's, the ability of a creature.
Well, it had a different context to anybody depending on where it is. That you come
I'd like
from.
to use my cunning action to hide.
Oh, God.
I don't know who is better at hide and seek Sarani or Angus?
I think it depends on
Remind
where
you
they
that
are.
I can turn invisible.
Yeah, but you
Well,
can't
yeah, we
see
know that Mirth wins hide and seek. That's not.
Well, no.
That's not
Oh, yeah, but while Martha's invisible, it doesn't last forever.
I could fully see Mirth being like, let's play hide and seek, and then casting Blink. And just.
Hopping in and out around the field.
Actually, he would only do that when we were playing tag.
As it is.
Because that would be really hard to catch somebody blinking while we were playing tag. That would be like, I got him! Son of a bitch!
Okay, I got 16 on my hide roll. Is anybody's passive perception better than that?
Not without Luna.
I think mine actually is.
I have a
Yeah,
16.
it is.
14.
Mine's an 18.
I can't believe you
Between
guys are
my
trying to figure
luck
out who's
stone
best
and
at hide
the
and
fact
seek.
that I'm proficient. I'm actually twice as stealthy as Angus. Between proficiency and the luck stone.
Weirdly, hide and
Yeah,
seek
I'm
is
a rogue
actually.
without proficiency in stealth.
Weirdly,
I'm a pirate. You don't hide at sea.
hide and seek is one of the methods of training one of the classes goes through anyway. It's Master Crow's people, the way of the shadow. I'm pretty sure it's called.
That sounds fun.
Probably very
Where
into
do I sign up?
eyeliner.
I don't think so. I mean, Master Crow is Kenku, is what it's called.
Oh. Yeah, the bird people, right?
Birds.
Like a raven.
I know what a raven is. How big are they?
Really big. He's like my size, but like crouched.
That seems beneficial. Do they fly?
No, and he's not happy about that.
Well, then he's not a bird.
Well, that's why I wouldn't call him a bird.
Have we ever shown you an ostrich, Sarani?
No.
I need to
Okay,
take
well,
you up
they're
north.
big,
You'd be very surprised.
flightless birds. Taxonomy is stupid, is what I'm saying.
There's no. Why is it a bird if it can't fly? Isn't that the whole point of being a bird?
It has a beak, it has feathers, it lays eggs. It fits most of the categories.
They just can't
Okay,
fly.
if you can't grasp this, we definitely need to have the platypus talk.
Platypus?
Yeah, they're. We're pretty sure Robin made them because they don't make sense. They're like a big trick that the trickster gods played on everybody. Because they're not really
They've got a
a
bill like a
mammal or an amphibian or a bird. They have a bit of everything.
So they're an abomination.
No, they are incredibly venomous though. So you
Are
might
they?
be onto something.
Wow.
We'll have to ask Trust if the ritual we're working on will banish platypuses back to where they came from.
I believe it's platypi. Like the apple variety.
Maybe. I gotta say, I'm actually really excited to have all you guys come by. I think there's going to be something there that each of you are going to be interested in. Specifically, Angus, I think you're going to get along really great with Master Harrytoe.
Harrytoe?
Is he a halfling? I feel like he's a halfling with that name.
Yep, he's a halfling. He's the master of the Drunken Master School. And he also runs the tavern. Lots of fun to be around. He's really boisterous. Mirth, you might actually find a lot in common with Sensei Sariel. She runs the library.
Oh. Maybe we will. Maybe.
So how long are we going to be here? I thought we were just picking up from others, finding out where we could find more and leave.
Well, that's the thing. We'll need to figure out if there's anyone there that can give us information on where we can find more. Also, I don't know. This thinning river has me worried. They're at the base of the lake that's at the far end of this river, If it gets more thin on the way, then it might be very dry, and that wouldn't be good for them. I'd like to, at the very least, figure out a way to help them with the drought. That's a problem.
Well, it's not a
Besides,
drought
Your
yet.
Honor, you need to remember that this is the last place that Luna knows we're going, so we'll kind of have to wait until she comes back. If we
I
have something we
do
can do
have
in
a
the meantime,
sending spell if needed. But if we
Yeah.
can help them, sure, it's a beautiful place. I'd be happy to help it stay that way.
Math, I will remind you, he did say that they have a master who focuses on alcohol. I would quite like to stay as long as possible.
Also, Sarani, I'm really curious how you actually react to a sauna.
What's a sauna?
Well, there's a spa on the second floor of the monastery, and basically one of the rooms there, you sit in it, and you absorb steam into yourself.
Like a hot spring?
Kinda, yeah, but it's
Those
it's
are very
dry.
refreshing.
There actually is a hot spring as well, but that's actually
Oh,
outside of
those-
the monastery.
Those are very refreshing.
Oh, Sarani could get a mud bath.
What would be the point?
I'm not sure, but I think it would be funny to see.
I think it would be terrifying.
For
So,
humanoids, it tends to be good for our skin. I'm not sure if it would nourish
So-
you at all.
So while they're discussing this, Sarani marches over to the edge of the river, covers himself in mud, and walks up to Vasir. Like this?
Yeah, like that.
Just seems horribly uncomfortable.
It probably is for you. They don't use actual mud in the mud bath, though. It's a special concoction. It's supposed to be good for the skin.
It's such a pity that cucumber doesn't make for a good ration to bring on the road, because a couple of slices and he'd be sorted.
You're not supposed to get the actual mud from the riverbank, Sarani.
I'm gonna use Prestige. Better yet, I'll use Minor Illusion to just pop 2 cucumbers right where his eyes are.
Oh God.
This is not. Is it supposed to dry?
You're supposed to dry eventually, and then you peel it off after it's dried. But again, you don't use the regular mud from the riverbank.
Well, you said it was mud. What other kind of mud is there?
Well,
Terminology.
it's a special kind of mud. It's something that's specially made specifically to help with skin.
You should probably tell
it
people
resembles
that.
mud.
I think most people assume that ahead of time.
Really?
Pretty sure.
Sarani goes back to the river, washes himself off, and climbs out. Starts walking again. That seems like a dumb thing to do. And starts wandering off.
Sarani's gonna have loads of fun there. I can already tell. He's gonna be confused by everything.
Mm-hmm.
Sarani's just going to root himself in the training area and pretend to be a meditation bush to watch things. And then watch all the new students come in, sit down around him, start meditating around the tree, and then the tree gets up and goes, "Are you done yet?" And then just watch them all scatter.
Oh boy.
As you travel along the road, the next day passes. You camp. You go through a couple of days, and there's no rain. And the further along the river you get, it is obvious that that difference between the where the river should be and where it is, it does begin to get, each day it seems to be a larger gap. Again, nothing so concerning that it would indicate a a drought. The area around you, the grass is still lush and green, and it is still the height of summer and filled with humidity in the air as you travel along the road. But it's just something that Sarani and Sharp-Eyed take note of as you travel.
It's not getting better, it's getting worse.
It is not getting better, it is getting worse. Slowly getting worse. Nothing significant enough to cause alarm, but enough to be noticeable. After a few days of travel, you veer off the main road and begin traveling along smaller paths or just the grasslands themselves in order to take a direct path to the monastery. And then things become interesting.
Okay. Yeah, the little fairy thing is really annoying.
Yep. So I don't have the grid activated. Is there a way to make sure that
you can turn the opacity on the grid up or down.
I turned the grid off because I wasn't sure about lining up the grid on the map with the grid on the VTT. Do you want to give me a little bit of information on that, and I'll put the grid back on?
Yeah, it's not really too hard to do it. You just you can adjust the grid on the map accordingly with the grid on the VTT pretty easily. It'll give you the actual size of the grid on the VTT that you can match the map up to.
Says I do not have a token with vision on this map.
Yeah, that's because you don't have a token on the map yet.
The settings are currently that the DM has to put us on the map when
for now
they're ready.
Okay, so going to the scene, I've put this on here. I've turned the grid back on, and how do I configure the grid size to make it right?
So you can actually go to the grid itself, and it'll actually show you like the size that it's at. You can adjust the size from there on the configuration part of the page.
Okay, so configure, and I can lower the size of the grid then.
Yep.
Interesting. I'm not sure how to get it to the correct size. That's my only thing. Can I measure it? Oh, there's a configuration tool.
Yeah.
All right. I think I got it, actually. That should do it. Okay, let me put you on the map. You guys are traveling along the river down here.
Can't seem to select my token.
Strange.
I didn't see a token.
Yeah, it's still black because we're not supposed to see because it has vision on it.
Ah, I thought I put on global illumination. Let me do that.
You can just turn off the like sight part of it, and that'll do it.
Understood.
Global illumination means anything that one of us can see, all of us can see.
There. Is that better?
Yep.
Yep. Here we go.
Yes.
Can you select your token now?
Yep. Okay.
And there's
Amy.
Sharp-Eyed. Alright, so set yourselves up again how you would be on the road. You're traveling from that side of the... kind of along the river. This is, again, a couple of
side?
days. Yeah, you're on this side of the riverbank.
Okay.
This is
Well, I'm just saying.
Well, I'm in my
Yeah.
carriage, so I'm
Yeah.
kind of, yeah.
I would be. There are these 5 foot or 10 foot squares.
They're 5 foot.
So I would be here, basically.
Okay.
And Sharp-Eyed would be there. And then Steve would be back here with...
Somewhere up there.
Man, the river really is getting smaller as we go up there.
It is.
You are on this path when you hear and see. You've been traveling on this path, and as you are, off in the distance, you start to hear sounds of slams, like loud, just boom noises up ahead. You're not necessarily at this point on the road yet, where we are on this map, but you're approaching it. And in the distance, you see two huge figures, thin based on their height. I can hear myself. I don't know if somebody has the volume on from the stream somewhere.
Nope.
Okay.
I don't have it open.
That's... Oh, yep, it's still coming through. You hear these boom slams, and you see these huge figures, and they look thin by comparison to their height, but they tower even over the tree line. And the closer you get, you see a squad of goblinoids running in your direction as you approach this area.
Ronnie's going to stealth and mentally tell everybody, hold their place. Angus, come forward. We have enemies ahead.
Angus is going to sort of
Potential
using
enemies,
the
anyway.
telepathic bond that Mirth's got, just sort of send a warning to Visera of, remember the hide and seek we did? Now would be a good time for that.
Okay.
And sort of drop low and move forward, sort of trying to stay to the undergrowth and just sort of move up to a tree and stare behind it and keep one eye on this squad of goblinoids that are approaching.
Okay. They are, like, running in your direction.
Well, I'm gonna stop the carriage behind some trees and hop off.
Yeah. Ronnie stealths and then turns into a tree, just so that Angus can hide behind him. And I'm going to wait for the goblinoids to come past this. What kind of goblinoids are they?
They're hobgoblins.
Hobgoblins. Do they appear to be panicked, or are they running like they're heading towards us to do us harm?
They appear panicked.
Okay.
So they are running. They are actually, like, rushing across this river as you approach. And the large figures you've seen in the distance, you notice they're like that. You can see easily these things in the distance.
Like crap.
Oh, look at those big boys.
So as you approach,
Oh, wow.
these hobgoblins are rushing across the river in your direction. As you get closer, they are panicked, and these stone giants are hurling mounds of rock at the direction of the hobgoblins.
Uh-oh. I think we got caught in the middle of something.
So Serrani will ask, do we engage the hobgoblins and attempt to make friends with the large creatures? They seem friendly.
Must.
We don't.
Did your book on goblin mating habits mention anything about giants that throw stones? Is that part of the mating process?
I mostly glazed the book, but no, not as far as I'm concerned.
Then I suggest that we stay hidden and wait to see how this plays out.
Very well. And Serrani will stay treed and wait to see what happens.
The hobgoblins come rushing in your direction. Did you guys all roll stealth rolls for me? You did. You did not.
I did not. Give me a second.
All right. If you are hiding and trying to hide the cart from these goblins that are rushing in your direction, I will definitely need stealth rolls from everyone.
Yeah.
Serrani is a bush, so
Understood.
unless
I get it.
I assume Sharpeye would probably sort of duck low in the water and just...
Yes.
yeah,
He actually gets into the river itself.
Got a 26 to hide my courage.
Oh, it is well hidden amongst the trees.
Steve will stay on the cart hidden.
For some reason my Beyond 20 is malfunctioning again. I'm just gonna roll manually for now and then reconnect it as we
No
progress.
worries, man.
Guidance. Wow, that was terrible.
Okay. So Mirth is they run the goblins kind of run past all of you, and one of these giants hurls a stone in its direction. Let's see. How big of a space does it hit? Somebody just spoke through their character. Steve said greetings.
Just testing it out, sorry.
No problem.
I just wanted to see what happened. My bad.
A huge rock hurtles towards one of the hobgoblins and smacks the ground between a group of them with a thunderous, boom, almost like a catapult launching a stone in their direction. They dive out of the way and keep rushing forward in your direction. They seem to pay no mind to all of you as they rush by. Do any of you speak Giant?
I do.
Great.
I was wondering when this might come in handy. I hope Giant for so many of my people, and it almost never comes into play.
I have Primordial. I don't know if that'll ever work.
We
literally have the bowl of conjure water elementals if you need it.
Okay.
Never know.
They're shouting, Begone, insects! Remove yourselves from our sight. The other one is shouting out, "You dare! You dared!" The hobgoblins are just terrified. They are terrified and just completely scattering from these boulder throws.
We're all connected via Mirth's spell, right?
Correct.
So I'm gonna communicate this to everybody. It seems like the hobgoblins are they're here, and this is the giants' land, and they don't want the hobgoblins here for some reason.
It appears they're doing quite a good job of chasing them away.
Yes, they are, and I'm very curious as to why they're so aggressive about this.
I would defend. Would you not defend your home with the same aggressiveness?
I know,
Yeah, I mean,
but
not that I'm exactly in favor of giants, but most people don't welcome hobgoblins on their land.
I'm sorry, I don't know much about hobgoblins. I don't really know.
Should
I
we?
have
How do you know this much
color-coded.
about giants, though?
Oh, God, giants always just fascinated me.
I
isn't
have
like
a
that your
color-coded
astral
book
self
if you want
is
to learn
actually-
more about hobgoblins.
I mean, should we assist the giants in removing this threat from their land?
I don't think we need to put ourselves into the middle of this territorial dispute.
Yeah, I think the giants are really angry right now, so if we start fighting them, they might just start throwing rocks at us too.
Question, Mark.
Yes.
Is there a village of people within a day of here?
Probably, yeah. Actually, you could ask Vasir that. He would know.
Vasir.
The answer is yes, Vasir.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a village not too terribly far from here. It's one of my stops that I made on my way to Anchor.
Then we should not allow these hobgoblins to proceed. They could end up attacking the village if they're out looking for spoils.
I suppose that's true. I just don't want to get in the way of those big old rocks.
Yeah, if we're doing this, we do it from cover, we do it safely, we hit them in the back.
One
Yeah.
of the rocks slams into one of the hobgoblins, and just murders it.
Holy shit.
Just murders the hobgoblin. He goes down, and he just falls under this giant rock. He's rushing across the water, and this rock slams on top of the hobgoblin, and there's a huge splash of water and red that comes up from underneath the rock, and the water just begins to flow around it, and you can kind of see Sharp-Eyed move a little bit out of the way of the streak of red that is running downstream now.
Cool.
Yeah, that's why I don't want to get in front of those rocks.
Well, no, I agree with Angus. We just wait till they pass us and ambush them from behind.
Why do we need to ambush them either way? We could just continue to the monastery.
Because there is a village nearby, and they may attempt to attack the village.
The village isn't very highly populated. There's maybe only about like 50 or so people, and I wouldn't say that most of them are capable of defending themselves.
The stone giants begin to stalk forward. Who knows anything about giants?
I know a decent amount about giants.
Okay, give me a, well, then you know that stone giants typically live underground. They don't make their way to the surface very frequently for any reason. And they're the type of creatures that, as long as you leave them alone, they'll leave you alone. So for them to be acting so aggressively and on the surface is out of the ordinary.
I'm fairly certain these hobgoblins did something to piss off these giants, and this is kind of like on them.
Question: if they live underground, would Serrani have knowledge of them?
Give me a I guess nature check.
I did 22.
Oh, then yeah, you know of stone giants because you've been told about them by the Sovereign. That they are peaceful dwellers of the realms below. They are stone dreamers, and that when they are on the surface world, they believe it as if they are in a... They think of the surface world much like surface dwellers think of the Feywild. It is as if a dream.
So, kindred spirits to me.
Yes.
Yes. So yes. They would not be out unless they were threatened immensely. So, I will be.
Take a closer look at the giants and try and discern if they're perhaps like under the effects of a spell, or magic is influencing their actions into aggressiveness.
Give me an Arcana check.
I understand this is a long shot, but does anybody speak Goblin?
Mirth, you don't believe so.
Okay. They seem to be naturally agitated. I can cast tongues, which would let me speak and understand all languages.
I just think that if we can take a hostage, interrogate them, maybe find out what was going on here, it could be relevant. Something to tell Trust at least, so he can send somebody to investigate.
I believe hobgoblins can also speak the common tongue.
We'll find out in a moment, won't we?
The goblins come rushing through where your party is hiding, and more stones are thrown at them as they do.
Yeah, if you move them to where they're at, once they start to get... Yep, that's good.
Yep. That'll do it.
Yeah.
I'm going to throw some stones in your direction.
Okay.
So yeah. Wow. A couple more of the hobgoblins are easily hit by these. And 2 more collapse under the weight of stones.
Well,
That was some big ass rocks. You killed like 8 guys. I think we're leaving.
well, one of you grab one of them if I can. I'm going to go not where the rocks are. Honesty's going to disengage 100 feet over here.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and open up on the one passing by me and see if I can't knock him out.
Okay, let's roll initiative then. Before you do that. I'm going to add everybody to the initiative order. Hold up on rolling. I know you're eager to roll. I'm still getting used to Foundry's system.
No.
So
Yeah, the way Foundry does it is he has to highlight basically all the combatants and then turn on the fight and then boom.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they're on the fight. I'm gonna roll the NPCs. You guys roll the PCs.
I think we have to turn off roll advantage because it's only taking the top.
Yes. Don't roll with advantage. I don't think.
Yeah, that's a beyond 20 option.
You can also go to the initiative tracker, which is the fist, and you can just click on the little D20 right next to your character icon.
Yay, I finally rolled initiative at double digits. It has been so long.
See, it gave me a 1. That's not what I wanted. Steve gets a freaking 17. You can take Steve off the initiative roll. He won't be doing anything. He goes on my turn anyway. Yeah, this is not...
I'm going to start, now that we have Foundry, I'm going to start having the familiars go on their own initiative, because it's so much easier to throw them on the initiative tracker now.
Oh, okay.
So...
Because it just specifically states that he goes on my turn.
Does it?
Yes.
Yeah, for most familiars it does that.
Yeah, familiars it does that. Beasts.
You can fix that just by hiding him on the initiative tracker and skipping him when it's his turn. That way it's easier for us and it's easier for you.
So, Mark, I rolled for Sharp-Eyed the 11, but it moved Mirth down to an 11. I was at 23.
Okay, I'll modify
21,
it.
sorry. Thank you. And Sharp-Eye's at 11.
Sharp-Eye's at 11. Mirth is at 21.
That should be it.
There's a little bit of a learning curve with this.
Yeah.
Just a little bit. It's the same with any new thing that you get into.
Absolutely.
Sorani should be at a 16.
Okay. That should put
Thank you.
everybody where they need to be. Now, how do I get to the top of the order?
Begin battle.
What's that?
You have to begin battle at the bottom.
There it is. Okay. Angus, they begin to approach you and your party through the trees. They start running. The stone giants are hurling stones and screaming in words that you do not understand. Their bellows kind of shaking the trees around you, as well as the boulders slamming into the ground. What do you do?
Because I'm not seeing Sarani beside me now. Is he moved or?
I don't see you.
I don't see
your
you.
foot at all.
Oh, you guys are on top of each other. That's why.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, we were here, Angus. You're right below. Yeah, there you
Yeah,
are.
there you go.
I would have told you that I'm going for this one here.
I will use my cunning action to hide as I sort of duck behind the other side of Sarani.
Okay.
And fire off my grave bolt at the one beside Visir, the hobgoblin captain. And that is only a 10 to hit.
That is a 10 to hit. So, unfortunately, you level your grave bolt at the hobgoblin. Well, it's surprise, right? You're hidden, correct?
Yeah, he gets advantage.
Oh, I should roll stealth first, shouldn't I? I forgot.
Or you had stealth.
Didn't you roll
said
stuff earlier?
Yeah, you were already hidden when they approached the trees. So you, but you're
I
using.
need to use my cunning action to make it
So
reply,
you're
and I did
hiding-
make movement, so I should
Sure.
roll the stealth.
Okay, and you'll have advantage on your attack.
And that is only an 8 on my stealth check.
Okay.
So I keep doing
So
this.
you do not have advantage on the attack. You're hidden. You see them approaching, and you pop out of hiding to pop into a new, a more advantageous spot. And as you do, you just see that the hobgoblin's eyes widen as it tracks you across the, the two trees. And you fire your grave bolt off, and the grave bolt goes just over the hobgoblin's head as he ducks from it.
That's a good question.
At which point I just kind of go, screw it. Jump back out, flank with Visir, and try to stab him with my rapier.
Okay, move your token to where you are heading. And what was your question, Rick?
Why did he have to re-roll if he... All he did was move. If you're hidden, and you can move while you're hidden.
He needs
You
to.
just move
I
it.
was using my cunning action to activate my grave bolt.
Correct.
I need to actually use a cunning action, otherwise I can't.
Okay.
It's the way it works.
Yep.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Sorry, I was like, why does he have to re-roll? All he
Yeah.
did was move 5 feet.
I know. We got it. David and I, we've got it covered.
Well, I was just confused. I'm like, what's going on?
Absolutely.
That is a 17 to hit for 11 piercing damage.
17 to hit for 11 piercing on the hobgoblin. Cool. That worked
and
exactly how I wanted it to.
It would be a 19 to hit, actually, because I forgot I'm flanking, so it's plus 2. So yeah, 19 to hit.
Yes, you hit either way. And your rapier pierces between the plates of his armor, driving a deep blow into the captain. He is... let's see. He is wearing half plate, and you are easily able to slip your blade. Well, that's what rapiers are for, isn't it? Mirth?
Yep. So I'm going to Honesty will carry me. Actually, I think I'm gonna hit it from here. 60 feet. Yep. So I will cast Phantasmal Force on this giant, and as it nears the river, a series of hobgoblins that were previously hidden from it come charging out of the tree line to attack it from this tree.
Okay, and it needs to make a what kind of
Intelligence saving throw.
Intelligence save.
DC 17 now.
Okay, it rolls a 15, so it suddenly sees a mass of new goblins, which it begins to engage with almost immediately.
And it takes a single point of psychic damage, which it thinks is slashing damage from their swords.
Okay.
Why
And then
would
I'm
you
going
do that?
to.
You guys don't see it. You don't know what's happening.
No, I'm just asking another character. Why would you do that?
To prevent them from throwing more stones at
Yeah,
us.
it
Yeah.
keeps them very occupied.
Mirth is doing what Mirth does, which is control the battlefield.
And I'm going to.
Mirth is also
Shoot.
doing what he does best, making new enemies.
Doesn't know it was me yet.
And yeah, they just think it's they just think it's hobgoblins right now. Very real
I'm going
hobgoblins.
to scoot over here and then inspire Angus. And then dash 150 feet. Actually, probably just 50 feet. Like down, south, I suppose. And then Honesty is going to dodge.
Okay, sounds good.
So I'm like somewhere down there now.
Alright. The stone giant here begins to attack the illusory force, fighting against it. Phantasmal force, if he attacks it, does it do anything to your illusion?
Sound, temperature, and other stimuli. It treats the phantasm as if it was real. It rationalizes any illogical outcome. So he's so convinced it's literally real to him, basically.
Okay.
Until he uses his turn. Until he possibly thinks that it's an illusion.
Okay.
So he smacks it. It sends a couple. It like sends one of them flying into the tree. But there's a few of them.
Sounds good. The other stone giant will launch another boulder, like confusedly look at his companion, and then launch another boulder in the direction of one of the hobgoblins.
Just double checking, it looks like you've actually rolled 2 initiatives for the stone giants. Do they have individual initiatives now that we're using
Yes.
Foundry?
Yep.
Oh, they do have individual initiatives, so they will not both go at the same time. Which stone giant am I on?
It highlights which one you're on when you
Okay.
hover over it.
Alright, then the one with the illusions is not the one that is active. It is the one that is not. So it attacks one of the hobgoblins, and hits it. And collapses the hobgoblin. So that's cool. There we go. I am very much enjoying Foundry. It's just taking me a minute to get used to the controls.
Yeah.
Vasir,
Alrighty, I'm gonna go ahead and God Rod this guy.
go for it.
So that's gonna be. Let's see. I was stealthed, so that's an advantage.
Yep.
Uh,
That is a 25 to hit. You slam.
And 23 to hit.
You slam the God Rod into him. 23, 25 for a total
It's
of
12 damage on that. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that's not enough.
No, he's still alive.
So I'll go ahead and continue with a couple unarmed strikes here for flurry.
Go for it. Both hit.
For another 17 on top of that.
Yep. You want to tell me how that happens?
So this guy comes out. Angus is firing a great bolt at him, coming out and stabbing at him. He turns to regard Angus, and from behind, Vasir just like thwacks him once in the head, and then spins his staff and thwacks him again in the rib cage before kicking him both in the head and in the back to knock him out on his face.
As your blows connect, the hobgoblin captain, you see blood and teeth launch from his gaping mouth as he takes the blows. He spins in his armor and lands with a thud on the ground before you, his greatsword clattering to the stones nearby.
All right, one knocked out.
Angus just sort of adjusts his grip on his rapier and grins across at Vasir. See? What did I tell you? Quick.
Quick and easy. Song Giants! I'm saying this in giant. We've got things from here!
The one with the other hobgoblin looks at those before him and says, and shouts out, "These others must die as well." And the other stone giant looks over at you and says, "Where did these things come from, as if from a dream out of the clouds?"
I don't know!
I speak of you.
Oh! Yeah!
Oh.
We come from Twiland Hill! We're just on our way to the monastery!
He just kind of gives you this confused look when you say that, like, he has no frame of reference to where you are referring to.
That is. We come to travel the river!
Angus is just giving Vasir a very confused look. Do you have something stuck in your throat?
No, this is giant. They speak in very deep gurbles.
This hobgoblin here, in front of, that has seen Angus, like, appear in front of him, popping out of the trees, and, the two of you taking out his captain. He, he is looking on with fear. The one here, seeing you take out the captain, decides to run around where Vasir is and continue to move another 60 feet away until he is off the map. He's just going to bolt.
That one, please get him.
Yeah. One getting away isn't going to be a problem. I'm pretty sure he's not going to be... A singular hobgoblin is going to be a problem for a village.
Sarani, the one in front of you looks frightened. He has not seen you yet.
Yes. Bonus action to not be a tree.
Nice.
And then I will attack him twice.
Go for it.
From behind. Do I get advantage because he has no idea that I'm there?
You do, yeah.
So that was the first one. 17 hit?
The 17 hits. I believe. Let me double check.
Yeah, there's no swarm damage. It just automatically ends that. So it'd be 9 slashing.
Actually, the 17 misses. He has a shield on him, and suddenly, like, as you jump out of the trees, he, like, panically raises his shield, and it deflects your blow.
Okay, so my second attack.
That will hit.
For 8 damage.
Okay.
And I will tell him, and I will look at him and go, "Surrender now or die."
Let's let's see who goes next. You shout that at him. The other stone giant continues to engage the illusory swarm around him. The last of the hobgoblins looks around at you and disengages and will move his 30 feet around all of you.
He did not want to do what I told him to do.
No. He wants to get the hell out of here. Sharp-Eyed will throw a javelin at the fleeing hobgoblin. He'll move so that he has line of sight and do so. Do you want to roll that, Kim?
Yep, got it. Is he injured?
He is
No,
injured.
right? Yes, he is. He is. 6, not gonna cut it.
No, he hits the tree beside the hobgoblin. That's all. Is that all Sharp-Eye's actions?
Yeah, that's it. Unless he wants the hunter's mark, and I think he's gonna save it.
Okay. Angus?
Just gonna give like a general broadcast wave to the entire group. Don't engage the giants if we can help it, and then use my movement and a cunning action to dash to try to sprint after the furthest hobgoblin.
Sure, you catch up to him
and try to grapple.
Okay, roll an opposed check.
Okay.
Oh, jeez.
I think that guy's grappled.
He is. You run up and you grab the furthest one that's trying to escape, and you're able to grab onto him and pull him in. He's much bigger than you, Angus, and angry. Well, more terrified than angry.
Hi, quick question. What's happening with the giants? What did you do?
He,
And then I'm assuming that's my turn, so
yeah,
I'll wait till his order and then.
absolutely. Mirth, what are you doing?
Yeah, I'm gonna broadcast. What should I do? Everything seems to be under control.
Try to be friendly with the giants and let them know that we've got things taken care of.
Oh. Yeah, sure. I'm gonna use an action to cast tongues on myself.
Okay.
Actually, do I know if stone giants speak common?
Did you roll to see what you knew about stone giants?
I don't think so. I rolled to see if they were under a spell.
Yeah. They haven't spoken common at all.
Okay,
You
yeah,
can-
I'll do tongues.
Okay.
And
Is tongues
I'll
concentration?
no, it's not. It's just 1 hour.
Okay, it's not a concentration spell. Interesting.
No, it's not.
Cool.
Then I'm going to slightly reduce the phantasmal force and make it appear as if some of them are breaking off and running away as their numbers decrease.
Okay.
And then I will kind of circle around here, and then call out. Call out to the giants. We have it handled. It's okay. Please don't attack us. We mean you no harm. And honesty is gonna dodge.
Okay. The stone giant continues to fight the phantasmal force.
Oh, yeah, and I need to make it stab him.
Mm-hmm.
For 5. As one of them lands a lucky hit.
Okay. Well, it has no reason to disbelieve it at this point, so I'm not going to have it use its action to make a check. But especially because it's continuing to take damage from these things. Vasir? The last one is fleeing. Angus has one in his grasp.
I'll go ahead and chase after the other one. I can catch up to him pretty easily and just start beating on him. So I'll step of the wind over to the other one, and unless I don't even need to step of the wind, I know he's within 45.
Literally right here.
No, I mean the other one that got away as well.
Angus caught up to the furthest one away. He used his,
okay.
Yeah, he dashed after the one that was 60 feet away and grabbed him. So,
gotcha.
Yep. Go ahead and make your damage roll for the first one. As soon as you catch up to him, you slam the God Rod right in the back of his head, and he just kind of spins and flops to the ground.
Got mine!
Sarani?
If he's done, and Angus has caught the other one.
Yes, he's grappled.
He's grappled. And Vasir's pretty much able to go get Angus. Angus, do you need help?
I'm good.
Okay. Sarani will also step up to here and acknowledge the stone giants and say, "Greetings, those of you from below."
You don't know Giant, do you?
No.
Okay.
It's in common. I tried Primordial to see if that... Because that's what I know from Underground.
The stone giant steps forward and says, "One who speaks our tongue. You have aided us against these creatures. Why?"
Oh boy.
Because
they don't understand you, Sarani, and you don't understand them. They're speaking giant.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought they were directing it to me.
No. They looked over your head and spoke to Vasir.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
We don't mean any harm. We know that you're peaceful people, so if you're attacking these hobgoblins, they probably made you really mad.
Thieves.
What did they steal?
Come and treat with us. We shall speak.
I'm going to kind of glance between the ones that I have knocked out and kind of scratch my head. Sarani, can you help me collect the two that I've knocked out here?
Sure.
The one that Angus is holding makes an attempt to break your grapple.
Good luck.
And he doesn't. You continue to maintain a hold of him. As you begin to gather... Go ahead.
So yeah, sorry, I'm just dropping the Phantasmal Force as he bats the last illusory hobgoblin away into the river.
Excellent. He bats the last one away and looks over to see that the others are either crushed or unconscious. And he nods to his fellow as he invites you to treat with them. And you gather up the unconscious hobgoblins, or the one that is grappled. And we will take a quick break here, and we'll be right back.
Cool.
Angus, surprisingly good at wrestling.
Yeah. We are back. And actually, I should change the music. It's probably important. We're not in combat right now. Don't do that. We don't want to get sued.
What?
You started humming the Imperial March.
Oh, that's so old that everybody has access to it now.
I don't think it's in the public domain yet.
It's owned by Disney. Of course it's not.
It'll never be. They have a way of making it so that nothing they own is ever in the public domain.
I have a pre-Disney version of that. So while we're all moving these bodies and stuff, Steve is going to be looting the other dead squishy corpses.
Squishing corpses, huh?
No, the other squishy corpses.
Ah.
You know, the ones that have rocks on them?
Yes.
Or through them?
You have moved... after dealing with the bodies, you have moved into this area with the stone giants, where it seems they've set up kind of a camp among these structures. So you can move your tokens to this area. You have your hobgoblin prisoners as well.
For everybody who listens when Visir converses with them, the giants speak very much sounds like low guttural noises and very, like, short but very strong phrases.
So basically screwed up Klingon.
Basically.
Flemish, but spelled with a P.
Yes.
Yeah. Combine Flemish and Icelandic. There we go. That's good.
Mirth, are you making it so that you can you can understand them, or are you already cast tongues on yourself for the next hour?
I can understand all spoken languages, and any creature can understand any language I speak.
Okay, and then will that convey with the with the bond that you have with the rest of the party, or is that not up currently?
Well, I mean, the bond would be up. It has a 1 hour duration, but like spoken word, not telepathic.
Understood.
So the giants can understand me no matter what I speak, but it doesn't affect anyone else in the party.
Gotcha. Give you a Steve here.
Yeah, Steve's rifling through the bodies.
The giants sit. Tell me, little creatures, you have come to our aid. You were going to explain why.
Yeah. So, we were traveling along the river, and we saw that you were chasing these creatures, the hobgoblins. And I know, and I think others know, that your people don't attack people often. Only when they offend you in some way or bother you. So we knew the hobgoblins did something wrong, so we helped you in taking care of them. We would like to know what it is that they did.
They tried to steal from us. They mean little, being from the dream world here. So we cared not for them to take what is ours.
What were they trying to take?
One of them motions to like a pile of things under a tarp nearby. Just like a giant canvas. What looks like a tarp, but for the giants, it would probably be like a huge sack. Yeah.
May I see? I don't want to go over and just start like rifling through. That might offend them.
Very well. One opens the sack, and you can see that there are various game that have been hunted by the giants. It is our entire food supply as we travel these lands.
Don't you normally live underground? Why do you travel above?
Ah, little dreamer. We are on a vision quest.
Okay. Where are you going?
Where does anyone go in this world of dreams? They look about at the sky. Under this moving canopy, where stone does not lay. How do you not float up, being so small?
Well, I still weigh a decent amount, even though I'm small. Still. Why would the hobgoblins try to steal from giants? That's just... It's almost suicide.
It's stupid.
Seems to be a common theme that there's a shortage of food and water, perhaps, and they were getting desperate.
Maybe. Have you been traveling this area long?
Time passes oddly here. Dark and light. I do not know what it means, or how to gauge such things here.
One cycle of light to dark we call a day.
Many of those, or not many. Perhaps 10.
10 days. Have you noticed that there is little food and little water?
We come from deep in the mountains, far to the west of here. They have become dry, and we look for the reason. We look for why our carver, the one who formed our people, why they have allowed us to go without such things, why the mountains seem to die.
So
I'll
there's
be
no
translating
water?
for everyone. I'm translating for everyone telepathically.
Okay.
Ask them if they've seen the colored moss, if they've seen the blight below.
Have you seen any... Have you seen any fungus that should not exist in your lands?
No.
I shake my head to Sarani. No blight. This is something else.
Any strange people or animals?
We did know that there was a possibility that there's more than one demon lord that's been brought here to Oredin.
That is what I was thinking.
Is there
But
any
also-
demon lord associated with drought, dryness?
Can I do history, arcana, religion?
Yeah, you can do a religion check.
9. Since I have this stack of books,
Sure.
and I have religion.
Can I do history because I did extensive research into it rather than
It's
Or
still
actually,
religion. If you're trying
yeah, I
to
can do
remember about specifically the demons, the demon lords themselves, that would be religion.
I can do guidance for 15.
There's no, neither one of you know that if there's a demon lord specifically associated with like drought at all.
Is there one for deserts?
No. This
But more broadly, famine? Is that something?
Could be. Also, I don't know if I'm the first one to think this, but Hand of Living Stone?
No. We're not gonna ask them for that.
Okay.
That's
Ask
a
them if
bit
they know
much.
about it.
um.
Ask them if they know about it.
To be fair, if we managed to fit a hand that big on the end of the staff, we could probably punch Wariga back to the pit.
Great giants, you're creatures of the earth and stone. Do you know of any legends concerning a hand, a creature of living stone?
we are living stone.
I'm pretty sure that we don't. I don't think that the thing has to come from one of them, and they probably wouldn't want to
Have
tell
to.
us either. They probably wouldn't want to give us that either. So they probably don't know very much about what's going on because they've only been traveling above ground for about maybe 10 days. They said.
Had they passed, which way did they come from? Did they pass your monastery?
They must have. They came from the mountains. Oh, there is a large building, taller than you, next to the lake, near the mountains. Is that okay?
Several of your dreams ago, we passed by what looked as though it could have been a lake. There were buildings nearby, as you call them, structures made by small things. We paid little attention to it, and by now the dream could have changed. They could be gone. The lake could be refilled. Who knows what happens in dreams?
Did he say the lake can be refilled? Is the lake completely empty?
It was
I
not.
hope not.
It was not completely empty when we passed by, but much like a bowl that has been heavily drunk from. Some laid at the bottom.
Seer, would this be normal for your monastery lake?
No, not at all. That lake is massive. There's no way.
We have
We
a,
have a problem.
Your
Is there a
world.
demon lord of gluttony, maybe? Maybe something that's drinking all the water? Whatever it is, this doesn't sound like it's natural. We should find out what's happening.
is there a custom? Does Serrani know of a custom that the stone giants used for their vision quests or upon meeting travelers in the dream?
They don't. There's not much spoken about traveling through the world of dreams up here. It's considered It is a thing that is done by outcasts and by those seeking visions. So it is not often something that is much spoken of outside of quiet circles.
I will, Vasir, if you could translate for me.
Mm-hmm.
Sarani reaches in and pulls out one of the small stones. The crystal, one of the pieces of crystal that he has, and will step forward and go, I offer this as an offering for you on your vision quest. May it help.
I translate for them for Sarani. He would like to help you with your vision quest by offering you something.
We will accept your offers, although we know that it may disappear come morning. Things in dreams do not stay. They shift. They change. They are not real. You are not real. This place is but a vision.
Can you tell him this comes from below? This will stay. This is real.
This comes from your home. Is your home also a dream?
No, only that which is stone is real.
He says the only thing which is real is that made of stone.
So I hand him the crystal. I put it in his giant hand.
If we're giving gifts to help with the vision quest, I still have the clump of myconid that we took.
No.
I mean, I saw a lot of things when I was smoking that.
Smoking myconid? What are you talking about?
One of the giants reaches out and you place the crystal in his massive hand. Despite his size, he moves with perfect grace, and as you place the crystal in his hand, he grabs it with 2 fingers with perfect care and delicacy and lifts it up to his face. These things are they move with the strength and grace of what you would expect from, for no better way of describing a modern gymnast, right? Every movement is purposeful and practiced. Like a martial artist, Vasir. Moving with uncanny control of their bodies.
Interesting. Sorry, it reminds me of some of Arcada's.
As they look upon the crystal, they say, "This is a thing from below, where the real world lies. We will take this with us as a sign that perhaps you have been sent as messengers in this dream to us. You speak of demons and their effects upon the real world below. Perhaps that is what is disrupting our home."
Yes, there is one that is disrupting my home, and I am seeking a way to destroy her.
Are you on a quest of dreams as well? Do you dwell in the stones below?
Dwell in the earth below, not the stones. The loose.
Much like your quest, Sarani has a quest because his home has changed. There is a massive creature that wishes to destroy his home that we cannot handle on our own.
They nod slowly. One turns to the other, and they begin to speak to each other as if you're not even there, just kind of talking to each other. You still sit there, and it's not like they're ignoring you or not acknowledging you, but they're talking to each other as if whether you overhear or not is of no consequence. The creatures from the dreams, except for this one who is from below, also a wanderer. They came when we arrived here, at these stones. Yes, these stones were made by another dreamwalker. They were a monument to our god. Perhaps this was the place for the vision quest. They're speaking of a demon lord. It may be true. It may be what we will find that is destroying our home. We should restore these things to what they once were. They have fallen. Yes, they do need their beauty restored. I wonder if these creatures are still going to remain here as we speak, or if they will disappear like other dreams. No, they seem to stay.
Is Mirth or Visir translating this?
I will be
Yeah,
for
I'll
fun.
be translating everything.
I use a
Yeah.
cunning action to hide.
Yeah, I
Go ahead and
really
roll.
wanted to do invisibility, but
They don't pay attention. Even though you are not hiding from them, they don't pay attention to you at all. They're unfazed.
It seems that they have a thought process that anything that is not stone just isn't actually real. And I really wonder why, like, if the hobgoblins aren't real, then how would they be able to steal from them? If we're not real, why talk to us? This is very strange.
I mean,
perhaps their culture revolves around.
thoughts aren't really a
dreams.
tangible thing, but have you ever lost a train of thought?
I suppose I have before, yeah.
Maybe it's like that to them. These ephemeral things that are coming in and just disrupting what should be your normal order.
Oh, even their food would be dreams.
If they eat rocks.
In your dreams, they turn to you. If you dream, do you not continue to behave as if the things around you are real?
Oh, not really, no. I start going crazy in a dream if I know I'm in one.
In my
I just-
dreams, I die a lot.
I don't dream.
We searched for visions, and so we must treat the world around us as if it is necessary. We still grow hungry in this place, and so we must continue to eat. And though it is dreams and does not, it still sustains us.
Mirth is just nodding and writing all of this down.
Would you like our help in restoring your stones?
We can say yes, of course. But who knows if you will fulfill that, or if you will be gone. If you wish to
So
aid
do we
us,
also
you are
have a-
welcome to, for as long as this dream may last.
It doesn't seem like you have a real end point to your quest. I'm not sure that we'd be able to come with you for very long. Is there something immediate that you need us to help you with?
We are going to rebuild these archways, as you see before you. You have given us the wisdom of dreams. Now you were sent here by our God to finish the dream, give us understanding. Perhaps this demon lord is what we must look for, as you have spoken of it. For now we will restore these stones in honor of him, that if another dreamwalker returns to this world, perhaps they will find a vision here as well.
What is the name of your god?
He is the god that carves.
Might be Thormodin.
I will assist you in erecting your sacred stones.
I don't know how much help
Take
I'll
a
be.
look. at some of the fallen stones nearby and just check, is there any carving on them? Any script? Or is it just stone?
The stone is worn. Give me a give me a investigation roll as you examine it. Angus, the stone is worn, and it does look like there was once intricate reliefs on this stone. You don't know how old these stones are, but there is moss grown on them, and obvious signs of erosion and wear.
Mirth, you could probably help restore some stonework with magic, can you?
Yes. Maybe.
Sorry, I'm just not going to be too terribly useful. I'm not physically strong that much.
Mirth will mage hand a small pebble onto one of the obelisks.
I suppose that's kind of the same thing, isn't it?
You are not workers
I'm not
of
terribly
stone.
good at masonry.
You are not workers of stone. You are not meant for this type of work. And besides, dreams cannot sustain the beauty of the true world below. That is why these rocks fall, that is why these stones shatter, and why the carvings do not persist. Because in dreams, what stays? What is permanent? There is none of this. Nor are you. The next time we arrive on the surface, if we are to dream again, you will be gone. Never to return.
Maybe. I do kind of want to live a long time, so we'll see about that.
It is possible that I will meet you again. I may be in a different form, but it will still be me. Kind of. Also, I'm genuinely trying to decide whether you or Surani would be easier to explain the concept of wind erosion to.
Can dreams persist if they choose to do so?
I have help
Yes, we can.
in that
True.
regard.
I would assume.
A god of my own. I don't know if your people know her. Thandra.
Silly dreamers, they think up their own gods. They do. They do. But there is only the one, the carver of stone, the maker of reality.
Excuse me, great dreamwalkers, if you may. I'm a collector of sorts of tokens of divinity. Do you have something for me to collect on my dream quest? Bear with me.
You wish to have a symbol of the carver.
Yeah. Yes, please.
I have but this. And he pulls out like a 3-foot tall stone rectangle that has that he has started to carve a face into, and he like puts it down next to you. I do not think you could carry such a thing for long, though.
3-foot rectangle. How much does it weigh?
It is a 3-foot tall block of stone, solid stone.
I don't know how much stone weighs. Hold up. How thick is it?
Can we assume less than 500 pounds? Because I think I know where Mirth's going with this.
Depends on how thick it is. If it's a 3-foot, if it's a 3-foot square of
it's not a
stone.
It's probably like a.
Boulders average 175 pounds per cubic foot.
It's probably like a 3-foot tall monolith, is what it would look like a mini Easter Islander head.
So probably over 500 pounds. Just by a bit.
Yeah, I don't think I can carry that. Do you have anything smaller?
Can I just, like, stoop down and pick up a pebble that's roughly the same shape?
We can make something for you. If you wish to stay with us for 1 or 2 of your cycles of dreams. As you spoke, tiny one who knows our tongue, you say that a day is the passing of darkness and light once around, and yet, do these passings of darkness and light, are they the same? Or do they stretch and change?
They change over time. During these particular days, the light is longer than the dark. As more pass, the light will shrink in size and the dark will lengthen in size. And they will change places somewhat. The change is very slow, though.
If this changing of the light and dark flows like water, how does one measure it?
Just whenever the light comes back from the dark. The light comes, the
Do
dark
any of your books
comes,
contain a calendar?
and when the light comes back, that is a day.
I'm just gonna, like, get a stick and start scratching out a rudimentary calendar in the mud.
I minor illusion a perfect calendar in the air and point to it.
Time for us is counted. It is not affected by the changing of things that are so fluid as this. It is constant, the same, and so easily tracked. It seems to me that things that shift and move so continuously would be a rather unsteady thing to base your measure of time on, but this is but a dream, so perhaps that makes sense for you who live in the dream.
We've managed it pretty well. We have an entire, and I sort of point to Mer's calendar, an entire carving that lets us be able to keep track of the different passages of the light and dark.
How
I
strange.
genuinely wonder how these things would react if they saw the ocean. It would take a really big ship to get them on it, but the whole idea that even the ground
Just
under your
even
feet
getting to the
isn't-
beach, they would be very confused.
They, one of them has picked up a stone that is, well, to them it is tiny. It's probably about the same size as the crystal that Sarani handed them. So for them, they hold it like this between 2 fingers, and begins to. He takes out of his, out of like a pouch on his belt, a tiny well, to him tiny, huge to you, what in a sculptor would be for fine details, and he begins to sculpt a similar face to the rock that is on the ground into this smaller stone.
While the giants are working, I'm going to go ahead and check up on our prisoners here and see if I can't wake them up at all.
Sure. You shake one awake.
Hey, good morning. Hey, listen. Hey, listen.
Oh.
Do you understand me?
Yes, I understand you,
Good.
human vermin.
Fair. So why were you trying to steal food from the giants?
We're hungry. Why do you care?
Hungry enough to steal food from giants? That seems kind of unwise. Don't you think there's other ways to find food?
Why do you care?
Well, I mean, it did get a lot of your guys killed by giant rocks. So I care about all living things, even people who steal things.
Our captain was foolish. He got us killed. He should die and burn in a pit.
Okay. Well, that's one way of looking at it. Personally, I think that maybe it would be better if you all kind of worked together to find food for each other. But regardless of that, if food is so scarce that you have to steal from giants, how long has this been going on?
Trying to think of how and what he would respond to you. So give me a second to formulate that. At the same time, Sarani, how I'm looking at Druidcraft here. Let's see. That predicts what the weather will be at your location for the next 24 hours. The next 20. Oh, thank you for the subscription. So K-Stones, I just want to shout out to you for following, joining the Discord, subscribing. That's awesome. We truly appreciate your support. That's amazing. Thank you for jumping in today. I hope you're really enjoying the game. Again, feel free, once you get into the Discord, feel free to ask around. People can catch you up on what's going on. We're going to have some more and easier ways to do that in the near future. Sarani, as you cast Druidcraft and focus on the patterns of sky and wind, you know that for the next day or so, it is going to continue to be hot and sunny in this area. Mirth, you begin to cast a ritual to identify these stones, and as you do, you sense no magical properties about them. They are simply a monument of some kind. And even looking at them, you can make a history check to examine them. And I will let you know what you discern from it. If it's not knowledge you don't already have, you'll get some understanding based on the things you do, but maybe not necessarily specifics.
I rolled it, give it a sec.
32, Jesus Christ. Well, based on what you've seen so far, you can definitely discern that these archways were made by stone giant hands. And as you examine the reliefs that have been kind of eroded mostly away, you see similarly carved faces to those of the ones that are on their religious symbols that they've both put down and the one that they're working on. But you don't know how long these things have been here. You don't remember reading anything in particular about stone giant artwork or monuments on the surface world. Those are things that are unusual. But if they said that this is a holy site, then it must be for them.
It will continue to be hot and dry here for the next day, so work will be fairly easy. And then Sarani's going to look at the stones to see, are they... I'm going to look at the dirt around the base of them. Does it look like they're like the ground, like they've sunk into the ground?
Yeah, they look like they've been
Considerably.
here a considerable amount of time.
Well, no, I mean, like, does the base of them need dug out? Kind of like the bases of the...
Oh yeah, you could do that. That would help.
Yeah, okay. So I'm going to use the Mold Earth cantrip, which basically moves 5 feet of dirt at a time. Here, I'll put it in there.
Okay. Vasir, make a, I guess, persuasion roll to try and get this creature to talk to you. He's stubborn and seems to have no respect for humans.
Well, I mean, Vasir is fairly annoying, so that kind of detracts from his persuasion. So, I rolled a 9, so yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not going to do it.
Angus is going to lean down with that very savage grin on his face. You said that your captain is a fool and that you want him to burn? Remind me again which one he was. You all look as ugly as each other to me. Actually, no. Who stinks the most? How bad did he smell? That will help me figure it out. And once he's on fire, I will have no problem throwing you onto the pyre, unless you tell us what we want to know.
Go ahead and make an intimidation roll, and I will describe his responses to both you and both the seer and then you.
Angus, that was a long way around to saying I'm going to burn you if you don't tell us what we want to know.
The seer totally deflates everything you tried to do with that comment. The hobgoblin first looks to Vasir when he is speaking, and he says, "Idiot boy, if you were tied up amongst your enemies, how much would you tell them? Wait, you flap your lips like a flag in the wind. You probably would tell them everything."
Yeah, probably.
And then Angus comes up and begins to threaten him. He kind of watches as Angus does, sneers at him as he begins making comments about their smell and the threat of throwing him on the pyre. And then Vasir makes his comment, and the hobgoblin goes from this just dread stare at Angus to laughing hysterically at Vasir's comment about saying it's a long way to saying you're going to burn them. He just raucous hobgoblin laughter.
Oh, the prisoners are laughing.
Do you
This
think
is not
Annie
good.
would be a better interrogator in the future?
Mon ami, if you tell me what you wish to know, I could very much make it worth your while.
What is that? Why do you change your voice like that? Is that supposed to sound like one of your females? I can't tell the difference between you.
Serrani walks
ma
over.
chérie, now you are the one who is asking questions. How about a little quid pro quo, as it were? You tell us what we wish to know, and I will let you get better acquainted with my fabulous self.
What am I doing?
No idea what you're doing.
What are you doing?
I'm just gonna walk up with a piece of bread from my haversack, flavor it to be like hearty venison, and kind of toss it to one of them and say, "Look, can you just tell us what they're asking? Because this is all going to shit, and we can't afford time for this. Yeah, you can taste that. It's gonna be great. You're gonna enjoy it."
He's tied up. I'm assuming he's tied up with his hand. Are his hands in front of him or behind him?
I'll feed him with the mage
I
hand.
didn't tie him up, so
Oh, are they untied? Is he just laying there?
Yeah, he was probably just laying there.
look, Vizier
kinda
said
skipped
bring
over
him
it.
over here and drop him here. So Serrani did as he was told.
Gotcha. Alright, so he, grabs the piece of bread and munches on it. It tastes like venison.
It's good, right? Alright, can you please just tell us where we need to go? I'll give you some money. Go get food so that you don't have to kill yourself trying to hunt giants. And then we can both be on our way and nobody has to get thrown onto a fire.
You have money.
Well, of course we got money. Well, I don't. They do.
I have money.
Listen, you seem the most reasonable, Hornhead. And he takes another bite of the venison bread. Are you a man of, or creature of means? Are you one who is a creature that likes to earn his way to wealth?
Earn? Yeah, give or take. Get my way to wealth, yes. And right now that would be very in line of you telling us what we need to know. Thank you.
There is a lord to the north. He is looking for those who are exceptional warriors like yourselves and your companions. He would be glad to take you on and pay you for good work.
Was this what we asked them? I don't think it was.
Oh, I was asking how long has there been a food shortage?
Yeah, answer the little kid, please.
Food is scarce to the west of here. To the northwest, primarily, it gets better the further south you go. How long? Since the start of summer. It grows worse. Although, there are those of us who have access to much, and we gain more as we go. And he continues to eat your bread.
Did you work for the noble? Did you work for the noble?
Ha! No.
Why not? If he pays well, and you can afford the food.
We follow the shadow.
The shadow? Who is that?
The one we follow.
Well, yeah, no shit, Sherlock. What is it?
I look over at Angus and go, is there something I'm missing with that?
If I wished to tell you, I would have. Let my cryptic answer give you your own. Idiot.
Okay, Serrani snatches him up.
Now, Serrani, no need for any violence here. It's
We
fine.
need him right now.
He has information. We don't want to hurt him.
I grab him by the front with both hands. I lift him up, and both of my vines come up around my back and point right at both of his eyes. You will tell me what I want to know, and you will do it now, or you won't be able to see the next thing you eat. And I have him off the ground.
Give me an intimidation roll, and you have advantage. I'll give you advantage on this.
Serrani, be reasonable about this. Mirth has recently learned how to cast the water breathing spell, and that strikes me as something that would be incredibly useful for waterboarding with.
A 20.
I don't think that's what I learned it for.
All right,
No, as in
all right.
literally, you could cast water breathing on yourself and just grapple them and drag them into the water.
Oh, I could. I'm not totally. I can cast it on everyone.
I don't need that. You just have sharp eye do it.
All right.
Now, tell me who do you work for.
Uh,
Tell me where your group is based out of.
Our clan is far to the north. We wandered south as we were separated from them. We search for food in these lands so that we can return home without starving to death. We are under the command of the Shadow, the Iron Shadow, who holds sway over our hobgoblin warriors, our tribe, as you would call it. We work in conjunction with this lord that you have asked us about, but we do not work for him. He is a fool.
So what does he have you do?
Who?
The Lord.
We
What does he
take
ask?
so that his armies can eat and grow, and he
So-
pays us to do so.
Excellent. Does anyone have any more questions for him?
Wow. So you just raid all of the local villages and stuff, take all their food and stuff, and bring it to the Lord?
It's not like they can hold on to it if they tried.
Okay. Well, that's really rude of you.
Rudeness.
So,
What do we
So-
concern ourselves with rudeness?
well, I mean, we're trying to be nice for the most part. I mean, Sarani's kind of threatening to gouge your eyes out, so that's kind of that's its own thing. But for the most part, I try to be as polite as possible. At least to people who I think I give the benefit of the doubt to. I don't know. I feel like if you guys shared the food, it'd be a lot easier to get through everything.
As you're saying these things to the hobgoblins and having this entire interrogation, one of the stone giants just comes over and reaches over you and starts dusting off the stone structure behind you and just says, "Excuse me, dream creatures, I must continue my work." He doesn't look down at you while he says this. He's just working on the stone in front of you and not even paying attention to what's going on below him.
I love
See-
him for it.
Being nice and polite, that's why he's our friend right now. Well, for the most part.
Any more questions for this one?
You are perhaps correct. We will go back to our people and tell them that we should be kind to the stupid, weak humans and share food with them so that we can all survive.
See, the way you phrase that makes me think that you're not actually going to do that.
Sarani,
I think it was
Sarani,
sarcasm.
Sarani turns so I'm facing away from the group this way.
Okay.
I gouge out one of his eyes.
Ah!
Jesus!
What
I,
the-
s- I set him down and I say, "Now, go tell your master that Sarani, the vengeance, is coming for him and all of his people. You will not ruin this land ever again. And if he has any doubts, tell him that the protector and venger of Anchor will also wreak havoc upon his lands." And I pick him and send him on his way.
The hobgoblin, as you send your retributive vine, careening forward into his eye socket, it rips it out, and there's a spray of red. He falls to the ground when you toss him down, and he's kind of on his back. And as you kick at him, he scurries backwards, almost like a crab walk that's half dragging himself at the same time. One hand is reaching up to the now empty socket. He is growling and spitting with almost animalistic anger and fear, like a trapped animal in a corner. All of his military decorum that he held himself with before is gone. He looks like a scared goblinoid. The same look that you would see on a terrified goblin is all over the face of this hobgoblin. He kind of scurries to his feet and begins to run, leaving a trail behind him as he does so. And
Angus lets out a high-pitched feminine shriek, "Mon Dieu!" and dives for cover behind a bush
okay,
and tries to, without causing obvious attention, fire off a grave bolt at him as he goes.
give me an attack roll against him. He is
I should
running
roll stealth
scared.
first because I'm using my bonus action to hide.
Yes,
So.
yes. Sarani, as Sarani stands there, the eye of this creature is still hanging off of the spike on the end of his vine.
So that's only a 13 on a stealth check.
Okay. Give me your grave bolt roll.
Don't kill him.
The grave bolt slams into the back of this hobgoblin who is running running in a panicked fashion now past the stone giant, and as it does, you see the necrotic energy blast him in the back, and he falls forward to the ground, the life siphoned from his body.
Yes.
Is he gone?
What is your problem? You cannot instill fear in them if you don't send someone there to prove your strength.
And why is that something that we would want right now? Why are we going to want to send one who can report back that there is a group in the area of tough individuals who took out a group of theirs through shady tactics?
You also told them your name, which was not the best thing to do when we're trying
I want them to know who is
covert
coming.
mission.
I want
Why
them to
would you
know
want
who
that
is
For them
coming.
right now, are we?
The knife in the back works better, trust me. They don't need to know. You can look into their faces they're dying and enjoy watching their confusion. As they're like, who the fuck did that? Am I dying? Oh shit. That's fun. You know what's not fun? Having somebody do that to you. Because they know who you are and they know where you are.
He's died like 5 times. I think he's an expert in this, and you should listen to him.
Hey, Loop.
Yes.
Hey, when you have time, can you throw the Shambhalid home?
Yeah, I'm working at it right now.
Oh, nice.
I got you, boss.
Nice. Okay, thank you.
When he mentioned Iron Shadow, so reading the book of Gobos, do I know anything about?
That's a history check.
All right.
The
decent at those.
stone giant goes to pick up another piece of stone and starts walking towards towards this mound here to repair it. He grabs like a couple of tools out of the giant bag of game that they have, and as he does, he just like, without even noticing that the hobgoblin is on the ground there, he kind of like steps on it as he walks through and kind of moves to that. Again, it's not like he does it on purpose. There's no malice in it. He just literally does not realize that the hobgoblin is on the ground there. There's just kind of like a squish crutch, and he continues to move over to the stones over there and start working on restoring the broken archway. Vasir, what is going through your mind as all of this madness happens?
Wow, that was intense. Whew, just dug his eyeball right out of there, didn't you? Okay.
Do you need to make a constitution check to see if you're holding in, or do you think that Vasir
I've
would...
seen a decent amount of violence before, but like that was, as far as he's concerned, it was like unexpected and uncalled for. Really,
Yeah.
he's just
You mean
looking
you
at
don't-
somebody like,
You don't
goodness
have a master who
gracious.
specializes in plucking out eyeballs? You said there was a
Um,
Genku. They're kind of ravens, right? You'd think that would be their specialty.
If he
The beak and
does, he
everything.
doesn't. If he does, he never showed me. Wasn't really the way in which I trained. This is, I don't know. That really wasn't in any way necessary. He was pretty much helpless. We could have probably just sent him on his way, and he would have warned everybody regardless. I don't think taking out his eye was necessary.
Sharp-Eyed says that telepathically through the bond.
Oh man. Oof. Sorry, that was a lot. Sarani, can you never do that again, please?
Yeah, that was somewhat nasty.
Why?
Best
Well,
if we
it just
Or
wasn't
please.
necessary. I mean, okay. Sarani, I'm not sure if I can like really connect this with you on like any particular level, but I have a very fundamental belief that everybody's life is important and their safety and health is important. Even if they're bad people, I still care about them to a certain degree. Of course, it doesn't stop me from beating the crap out of people who hurt others, but he wasn't in the process of doing that right now. We don't need to add to his suffering.
Extract the information that we need from him?
We already did.
No, we didn't.
We got everything we were going to get from him. He answered all of our questions, and after he answered us, you plucked his eye out and kicked him and told him to run.
He did ask us whether we had any more questions, and we all said no. His life was, I could give or take it, but I do want to remain hidden right now, and he'll tap the amulet that he took. And I don't think blasting our name to some lordling hiring out armies in the north is a great idea if we're trying to undertake.
We might have to go through the area. What are we going to do if... What are we going to do if we have to go through that area and we have an entire army just swarming us because we're apparently gouging out the eyes of people who work for him? What?
Goblins, not people.
No. Sarani, you're a person, I'm a person, Merce a person, Sharp Eye's a person.
I'm a person.
Persons. We're all people.
Very well. I won't give away our location any longer. But if we happen upon this lord, I do intend to make him pay for causing the suffering of people who live near him.
I agree. Making him stop doing that would be a really good idea, but it's not... For one, it's not on our to-do list at the top right now. We have other things to do as well. And for two, really should give the idea of maybe settling things diplomatically a chance every once in a while.
Sarani, I don't disagree with the instinct to send a message. I'm just questioning its relevance in this situation. Maybe it's the sort of thing where we make a group agreement about whether we're going to let a prisoner go instead of just going right for the eye gouging.
Maybe you don't understand. I am not going to let happen to anyone else what happened to those people from Anchor. It will not happen. As long as I walk this land, people will not feel the suffering of those who think they can do whatever they please because they have the power to do so.
Well, yeah, of course, but think about it this way. If you want to stop the lordling from terrorizing the lands around him and doing what Wariga did to Anchor potentially, would it be more simple to neutralize him if he had just disappeared, one of his squadrons had just vanished, or if one of them came crawling back with an eye missing, naming an individual.
He was heading to his hobgoblin people.
Well, okay.
Who works for the other guy?
Normally, Sarani, I would try to explain to you that a famine isn't the kind of thing that you can fight. But you can literally grow food from your body, so in this case, you kind of can.
In a way. I think one of the important things to point out here, Sarani,
I cannot just make it grow from myself, and I'm going to use Druidcraft to make the grass, the flowers here bloom.
Nice.
I can do this as well. The famine is not the problem. It is the root cause of creatures, individuals, and beings who think that because they have the power, they have the right to destroy others. It is not going to happen any longer.
Look, I understand and I agree with you.
Michael got off easy. If it were up to me, I would have drawn and quartered him and let the people of Anchor scatter his ashes across their city.
Sarani, did you see that I gave you inspiration?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I see that this is not something that I'm going to be able to talk to you about, nor something that you're going to listen about, so I'm going to go take a breather.
I will stomp off this way and go. Oh, go ahead.
Sarani, as you stomp off that way, the stone giant, one of the stone giants, leans down and looks at you as you had raised your voice. Little walker of dreams, who is from the world below, where the true world lies, You seem angry. What makes you so angry?
I guess I'll translate for these two.
I was sworn to protect a group that was not my own circle, and I let them down. And I have vowed to not let that happen to anyone else if I can prevent it.
The stone giant slowly sits into a cross-legged position and leans down a little bit so he can speak to you on a more of almost on the level. He's still looking down at you as he sits down like that. You speak of circles. Do you belong to the myconids, the mushroom folk who inhabit the lower lands? The true world?
I do and I do not. I am a guest in their circle. Our sovereign Baraldi, he found me. I was not well. I was tainted by a blight, part of this demon lord's plan. He cleansed me and gave me a purpose, gave me a circle. Then I met them, and I have a new circle, and we are trying to stop her from corrupting everyone else, the entirety of this world, both up and below.
The stone giant nods as you speak this. You must find peace, calm for you. Wrath and vengeance are the types of things that will erode who you are.
Maybe being above ground has taken away my sense of strength, my sense of purpose.
It might be wise for you, tiny creature, to return to the real world below. We will travel there once this place is restored, these stones made right again, the carvings renewed, the beauty made perfect. You can return with us to the world below, to the reality that is stone and dirt and cool homes, and perhaps in that you will find some peace and comfort, and can restore your mind to a path of purpose. You will be able to seek beauty for yourself again, much like these flowers that you made in passing in the dream world. You will be like that.
If it were possible, I would do so, but I cannot. I must prevent this demon from ruining all of above and below. I fear I won't see below for quite some time.
That is a sad thing. then you should find a place to find some peace, so that the vengeance does not ruin you.
I will take your words as the wisdom of the stone that they are. I reach into my chest and I pull out some more of the fungus. Pull out a pod that has some of the elder fungus in it that I've now been keeping in a pod. And I pull out a pod. Please, when you return to the deep, place this in a sacred place. It will grow. It is part of He who watches over us in the ground.
He looks down at it. I will do as you ask if it will bring you some sense of calm, Dreamwalker.
I believe it will. Thank you.
He puts it in his bag. Be not harsh to your companions. They seem that they are but a dream as well. They will pass. You may wake up tomorrow and they will not be real anymore. Neither will these creatures that enrage you. Is this... You say this demon thing, it affects both this world of dreams above and the true world below. Is that where she lies? In the true world?
Yes. We are looking for objects of great power to combine to drive her from this place. One is a hand of living stone. We believe it is part of a gargoyle or stone golem. I believe those are the words they used.
To what purpose do you need this hand?
It would go on a small staff. It needs to only be the size of my fist. It would go on a staff like the one that the quick one uses, the small pink one. It would go at the top of one of those.
I can carve such a thing for you, but it will not be living. It will simply be stone. You need the carver to make life from stone.
Where can I find this carver?
The great carver is a god who lives in this all stone and none. He crafted us. He crafted the world below. You must seek him if you return to the depths. He is a creature of spiritual means, a god.
I have learned of many gods up here in the dream world. I believe one that lives below would be more suited for my taste, but I am unsure. Perhaps we will. Is there a clear entrance to below near here?
There are many crags in the stone and caves from which you can enter. Find one. They all lead to our home in some way. He stands back up. We must continue our work, small dreamer.
I will assist you.
That would be appreciated. And perhaps you will find solace in working with your hands? Let the stone guide you. It is quiet. It is sturdy. It is steadfast. It is at rest. And so you should be as well. In the meantime, as he goes back to work and Sarani begins to help him, if Sarani tries to continue the conversation, the stone giant will merely hold up a hand for you to continue to work in silence.
I'm totally silent. I won't say anything until we're done.
Okay. In the meantime, Vasir and Angus. I know Angus has approached you, Vasir, and has just said much.
This is not the first time we've had this conversation, Angus, is it?
It's not. Sorry, it's...
Angus, how much control do you have over yourself, do you think?
Which one?
Hmm.
It's... I'm
That's
not
kind of
saying...
an answer to the question, isn't it?
I'm not saying that I was a good person before all this. But it was easier, clearer. Only the one voice, not a whole bunch. Arguing, bickering, fighting was the right move to make. I'm not excusing it. I'm not.
I think you have a lot of stuff going on in your head as a result of, well, the fact that you have that knowledge of all the other people that you used to be. And that's probably very hard to deal with. I can't imagine how hard it is. My monastery has a lot of people who go there not because they want to learn how to defend themselves or because they're customers. Some people become students because it helps them to turn a problem that happens in their minds into a strength. I was there. I was kind of a child when it happened, but I was there when Master Crow joined us. He had a problem where he didn't feel close to anyone, ever. And that he didn't have his own personality. He believed that every time he would go and meet someone, his personality would inevitably change to suit whatever situation he was in. It was beneficial in the sense of being able to be a thief, his previous occupation, but it wasn't exactly good for him individually to not be able to know who he really is. Being able to turn these problems into something that you can use is a part of the purpose of meditations. The main thing that you need to do, and well, I shouldn't say it that way. That sounds condescending. I would suggest that the best thing for you would be to understand all of the different people that you used to be on a deeper level. And then, after that, you can understand how you feel about who these people were. And then your feelings are what makes you Angus. Does that make sense?
I think so. Like I said, it's. I need to stop using it as a crutch. If I want to be better, I have to be better. I have to listen when you and Luna tell me.
To be fair, it's not always a crutch. After all, you've used it to great effect in at least a couple different scenarios. Able to assume different personalities and such, tapping into other people and being able to make different disguises and all that sort of thing. It's been helpful to you in a lot of ways. So I don't want you to feel like you have to shy away from it. Just understand it.
It might not help much, but there's something I can do. It's a bit weird, but we might be able to get a bit more intel out of that hobgoblin. Or at least have a chance to apologize for the way things went down.
I don't think he's interested in an apology. I think an apology for a hobgoblin who's gone through as much as he has would probably be one of our heads on a plate.
Still, I'd like to try.
Well, that's up to you. Personally, I think it's best not to focus on trying to right the wrongs that we've done and more push forward to attempt to lessen the amount that we do in the future. An apology doesn't really mean much on its own. It only means that you feel bad for what happened. But that on its own doesn't mean that you're going to change. It's the changing part that matters. Whether you apologize or not, changing is still up to you.
So we can ask at least. Get locations. There's people out there who don't have food right now.
A lot of people probably need our help. And right now I'm looking at this river and I'm looking at how low it is. Look at this. It's almost 10 feet lower than it's supposed to be. And it just gets thinner and thinner as we go, and we still have a little ways to go until we hit the monastery. I am very worried.
There's got to be some kind of supernatural explanation. This can't just be a bad summer.
No. There's no way it would be able to dry up this quick. I think it would be best if we focused on what we need to do first. As far as helping the people who need it, beyond this, people who are missing food, the people who are being looted by the hobgoblins, and I guess the Lord of Reddenburg, which, if you're a lord, never mind. We can focus on that afterwards. The main thing we need to do right now is make sure that we have everything that we need. After all, we can't save the whole world at the same time.
Yeah. Just focus on what we can do.
Oh, we got a phone ringing somewhere.
Sorry.
Yeah, we do.
It was not on.
Visir, you said that there's masters at your monastery. One of them's a librarian?
Yes, Sensei Sariel.
So maybe they can help us both with finding the things that we need and also with explaining a bit more about what's been going on to the north.
It's possible. The library's expanded a lot over the years, mostly due to her, so she might be able to help. Plus, she's an elf, so she might have an idea as what's going on with all the elves.
Image in my head. Claudia. I think I told you about her before. She was an alchemist, something like that. And
I think
she
I
was
remember,
confused, and she definitely went to a monastery. She was having the dreams the way I do. Couldn't really make sense of it. Is there
Maybe she got some help there?
like Garen, a warforged? At your
Oh yeah,
monastery?
Master Prism. He's responsible for all the decorations.
Then he might remember her.
Well, he's been there since the monastery first came up, so maybe.
Okay. Right, no. So we focus on what we can do now. Again, I don't know if it will help, but I'd like to try. And Agus just sort of gets up and heads over to the body of the hobgoblin where it's sort of smushed.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just sort of checking, can I cast Speak with Dead on it, or is it just too thoroughly
It is
obliterated at this point?
It is thoroughly obliterated, but you have another prisoner who is still unconscious. In the meantime, or before you do that, Mirth has been examining these stones. trying to make sense of whether or not they are a monument, a focus for some kind of divine religious rite, or if they have any arcane power in any way, or if they're merely a historical reference point. The stone giants clearly consider them to be a sign of their, or a monument to their god, but they don't specifically radiate with any kind of magical aura. However, you know there's been a spell you've been wanting to try, and you think a place like this might be a good place to try it. What's kind of going through your head, Mirth?
So as he navigates the stone circle, he's suddenly very aware of the cold book tucked into his pocket, and it kind of burns against his leg as he traces his fingers over the ancient giant script, and his eyes are alight with the power of a divination spell that allows him to pierce the language, the veil of language, and he's kind of mumbling over it. And after a few minutes, he kind of sits down in front of this rock and lays a hand on the pocket and begins to chant quietly. His eyes are closed and his fingers rest. One hand is on the obelisk, and the other on his book, and he's just quietly speaking almost, as he sends his mind and his soul up and out, furthering his connection with the dreams and the stars above the mortal realm. And then I'm going to quickly call out, Angus, come.
What is it? Have you found
Who's in your head right now? Yes.
Merla. Why?
Alright. If this works, you'll know if it works. You get 5 questions. 1-word answer for each. I cannot guarantee success, but they will be truthful. If it works. I have a few minutes.
Is this a good idea?
Yes, absolutely.
Insight check.
Who are you contacting?
That's a good question. It just says a demigod, the spirit of a long dead sage, or some other mysterious entity from another plane. So I'm just gonna push way out into like the far planes. Some it's not like a god, because that's commune, but it's an arcane entity and an omniscient ancient being.
Just whatever you can find out there that might be able to answer the questions you're asking, huh?
Do I know about any legend stories of demigods of the dead or ancient witches? Oh, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna reach out to the necromancer.
Oh,
can I do that?
Okay, yeah.
Can I? Yeah.
Yep. Spirit of a long dead
Okay.
sage. That's certainly someone you can reach out to. Yes.
I'm going to cast Insight 12. I mean,
I say again, is this a good idea?
he kind of shrugs. And then I'm going to cast Contact Other Plane and make a intelligence saving throw.
Do you know the name of the necromancer?
I don't actually. It's supposed to be lore-wise.
Would Mirth know the name of the necromancer, is the question.
If he has any influence, if he has any fame in stories and legends, then yeah.
Give me a history roll.
Now you know how I feel when Andor makes a roll.
You know what? Oh, from now on, I'm going to ask you what your passive stuff is, if I need to. 26.
Okay,
yes.
as if that's not just gonna just give him the advantage. In that it's
Yeah.
passive's probably like ridiculous.
I know they are. No, it wouldn't be all the time, but if it's something he can take his time with, like he spent the time like searching these stones and considering casting this spell for actually even out of game, he's been considering casting this for several weeks. So at that point, I think it would be something that he could take as passive, right? Because it would be like, oh, would you know this? Well, obviously, if you've done the research, you probably would. So it's Enan Volkmar.
Ian Volkmar. Alright.
Write that down. We're going to need it later.
Yeah.
Okay, you need to make a check when you cast this spell.
Yeah. Intelligence saving throw.
You need to make an intelligence saving throw.
I'm gonna inspiration that.
using your inspiration for that? Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
better.
thank God. It's gonna be very anticlimactic.
You settle your mind into focusing upon the spell, and you speak the verbal components necessary to send your consciousness into the farthest planes of death and shadow. The planes over which Thondra oversees. And your mind, you can feel the darkness and the fear and the emptiness begin to crowd in upon your thoughts, your mind's eye, your sanity. And in a burst of insight, you're able to steel yourself against such things and break through the barrier between this plane and the next. Before you is an entity. You touch it. There's a cold emptiness that surrounds this being. Not cold like your master. No, this is a spiritual coldness, a spiritual emptiness that is deep in the soul of a man. Ask.
For flavor reasons, can I somewhat act as a proxy through which Angus can ask questions?
I will allow that, yes. He can ask you the questions, and you will speak the answers. Basically, he's asking you the questions, you're asking it to this entity, and it's coming out of your mouth as you translate the response to him.
Yeah, and Angus would know from Murph telling him right before,
Yes.
5 questions, 1-word answers.
Right. Mirth's eyes have gone completely blank and white in front of you.
Can I just check as well? Do we know, like, is this reliable information that we can get, or is it
what you know about the
That
spell?
spirit
I'm assuming
knows.
that Mirth told you on a successfully he can ask the entity up to 5 questions. He must ask his questions in the next minute, and if the entity
Mirth did specify, if you get an answer, it is a truthful answer.
Yes, it is a truthful answer.
Yeah. If he doesn't know, he'll say unclear, or he'll give you some sort of weird cryptic shit.
Yes. You have a minute. You can't think.
Is Merwin's cabin really in Coriel Wood?
Yes.
Is there a Feywild orb here in Oredin?
Yes.
Do iron bands of dragonfire still exist here in Oredin?
Maybe. You have 10 seconds.
I should have.
Should have written down my questions now.
The spell ends. Mirth returns.
Okay, next
Ow.
time you do that, can you like write me out a list or something? I completely panicked.
Yep, sorry. Should have informed you earlier. Spur of the
Did you
moment thing.
even contact? That was creepy.
It was really, really weird. It was like being wrapped in a blanket, except the blanket is just sadness and death and misery.
You
Like,
know
I
who you contacted.
I say this as somebody who is literally kind of undead. Whoever you contacted, that put a chill up my spine.
I
Okay,
just put you in contact with like Lord of all death, and you didn't ask him about your deaths.
No, Visir's right. We need to focus on what matters. I can piece this together. What matters is I got us kind of some intel. He didn't seem, or she, who was it?
You had to say his name to reach out to his spirit as you were in, like, mentally so. You know who you contacted, Mirth.
A powerful wizard.
Okay. Well, if the information can be trusted, good news, we don't need to go to the Feywild. Apparently there's an orb somewhere here in Oredin already. We'll just need to track it down.
Did you ask him where it was, or if it existed?
Oh, it's one-word answers. I could have. See, this is the problem, I didn't think. You said one-word answers and I assumed yes or no.
It only takes a minute to cast it. You could try it again. Well, it takes 11 minutes for you, right? Because you have to cast it as a ritual.
The Dragonfire forged bands, they may exist. Maybe was the answer that they gave. So that one's a little inconclusive. The other one, the other one was the silk. Yeah. Remember, I got that lead that it might be there in Ravenreach. Yeah, we can go to Ravenreach for that.
We can
try again. There is some risk, and we currently don't have our and now.
How long are you planning to
Yes
stay
or no
here?
answers is the one where I talk to.
By the way,
That's a good question.
it's been a couple of hours now that you've been hanging out with or it's probably been about an hour and a half that you've been hanging out here with the stone giants, who are continuing to work, Serrani alongside him, and Sharp-Eyed, for no better reason, has been just kind of sitting next to the other prisoner who is unconscious, making sure that he doesn't try anything. Sharp-Eyed, or Vasir, are you still off meditating after your conversation with Angus?
Yeah.
Okay. So, are you casting it again, Mirth? And maybe discussing discussing some possible questions with Angus?
Yeah. Yes or no is the one where I talk to gods. That's different.
Okay, so what city is the Feywild orb in? Or what if it's not in a city? Maybe just where is the Feywild orb that's here in Oredin?
The problem with that is that technically underground would be a valid. We wouldn't be much closer. Perhaps who knows the location of the orb, or who is the owner of the orb? and we have to track them.
So, like, who has current possession of the Feywild Orb?
So I hear this while they're
Name,
talking.
and then ask where that person is the second question.
Yeah, I mean, if you're moving around near them working, you would hear this conversation. Of course, they're not trying to hide it.
What are the two of you doing? Again.
Contacting advice, information.
Oh, like what kind of information?
Well, on the plus side, it looks like we're not going to have to go to the Feywild. Mirth's got a spell that can get us information that's, well, we assume it's reliable.
What kind of questions can you ask?
Any, but you have to word it in a way where you have to get a one-word answer.
The stone giants come over to where you guys are sitting, and they're starting to rebuild the archway that you are sitting in front of. They pay no attention to you.
So
Maybe
you
I
said
should
that
move over here so I don't catch a slate on my head.
Yeah. So you're telling me that we know that the orb is here, somewhere, in Oregon.
Here in Oredin.
Yes. So we don't have to go eloping to other planes. We know that there is potentially bands of Dragonforged Iron that still exist.
Did you ask where the orb was?
I kind
In
of freaked.
dealing with the above, it's also very vague. I don't blame Angus.
So you have to be very specific. So what is the exact location of the fairy orb here in Oregon?
And they have to be quick as well, so you don't have time to eliminate all the possible.
Isn't your little friend writing all this down as we speak?
Well, what's it gonna say? It can't say upstairs in Mrs. Harry Toe's store. It has to be one word. Oh, and Angus will also notice that Mirth has a small book flipped open in front of him. This small, it looks like a holy book to Vidian. You can see his seal embossed in the cover. The sun beating down as a permanent like rime on the edges, and the insides are filled with like deranged writing and strange symbols.
Do we know that? I can't remember which group. Just do we know about dragons?
No, you don't know. Well, you don't know that there are any dragons around.
Well, I know.
Oh, yes, that's right. Mirth did tell everybody that.
I do.
Mirth, did you tell everybody that that Silver encountered a dragon? I can't remember.
Yeah,
I thought you
he
did.
was pissed
Yes.
off. Yeah.
Yeah, you
I
did.
would have shared that so that we all know that there is a dragon gallivanting around.
Why don't we ask? Why don't we ask? Well, first of all, don't we want to know if there are more demon lords here on Oredin, and then how many of them there are, and then if they're working together?
That's a good point.
That's 3 questions. We could just say, are the demon lords working together? If it's
Well-
yes, then we know there are multiple and they're working together.
Well, there.
No,
Well,
then-
there might be one. They want to be. They want. If they're just working together, one of them could be here and one of them could be in another plane. We want to know how many demon lords. Are there more demon lords here in Oredin? Yes. How many are there, and get a number?
Maybe more. How many demon lords are currently here in Oredin, and then are any of those demon lords cooperating?
That would work.
Demons tend to be more on the chaotic side, so
Yes, but if they
I'd
are
be
working,
skeptical, but we could ask.
yes. And then Didn't you mention your brother was fighting a dragon?
More like running away from it, but yes.
Well, didn't you say they're supposed to all be dead?
Yes.
So why don't we ask them if there's a dragon, or if there's more than one? Maybe this would be something we should...
A dragon.
Well, is there more than one dragon?
I think we're getting away from ourselves here. Mirth knows this spell now. We can seek information. We can get up to 5 questions at a time.
Oh, just 5? Oh, yes. Well, then ask about the demon lords.
Gaining as much information as we can towards completing the ritual helps, because we can send that information to Trust, and he can start sending other members of the Order to help track things down. But if we focus on one ingredient at a time, we know at the moment that there are the feathers at the monastery. We are going to collect those. If we know where the next thing is, we can go there. Ideally, the next nearest thing. We don't want to have to backtrack over ourselves. So,
yeah.
All right. Well, do we have a list of 5 questions?
Where is?
Let's write them down. So, maybe like how many demon lords are present in Oredin?
Yes.
Right. Because that gives us a number rather than just like yes, there are multiple.
Yes.
And then
what's the exact? Who has possession? Who has possession of the fairy orb?
Who has? What about like most recent possession?
Yeah, who has it now? Who has it now?
Feywild
and then
orb
of the Feywild orb, and then who has the? Who can we talk to lead us to that location? Because that will give us a name for us to go find. To find them so they can take us to the orb's location, and then find out where they're at. So find out where they're at.
How much information do we need to provide to be able to get a reliable answer? Is where should we go next to achieve our goals a valid question?
They could say north, so that won't be
one-word answer.
Yeah, they could just say north or up. I think who is currently in control? Who currently has the Feywild orb? Who knows the location?
So far, I have this.
I should get this here. If we're going to do this, we should be.
Ask
doing it
him. Yes, go get this over. I'll have Mr. Giggles do it.
Okay.
He's right there with him. He's in there.
You're sitting there meditating, Vasir, and Steve comes over and begins to chitter and try to gain your attention.
Oh, hey, Mr. Giggles.
And
right, the monkey cheers him up.
He starts pointing you in the direction of your companions and, like, hopping up and down. Like, come on, come on.
Okay.
Vasir, come over here. I'm talking to dead gods. We need your opinion.
I'm sorry, what?
You said it was a wizard.
Sorry, you're...
Mirth, you can have inspiration.
Man, that's awesome.
You're talking to dead gods.
Yeah, kind of. Asking them, pestering them for answers.
This seems like a bad idea.
It may be a terrible idea, but so far it's going remarkably well. 100% success rate.
Okay. Well,
The fact that you've said that raises the possibility that there is a chance of lack of success.
Oh, yeah, no, not lack of success. Catastrophic failure. If that happens, bring me to the carriage and put me to sleep. Thank you.
I'll
Alright,
take
questions,
care of
let's
it.
hear them.
Okay.
You get 5.
I suppose everyone seems to be in agreement to do this, so I'll just roll with it, I guess.
So far we have how many demon lords are present in Oredin, who has most recent possession of the Feywild Orb, and then we're going to ask where we can find it.
Yes. I thought where we can find it.
Okay, and that gets us at least a decent idea of where the orb is and how many other things are on our list. I double check my list to see all the stuff that we still need. And we already know where we're supposed to find some solar feathers.
We got a unclear response on the Dragonforge Terran. There may be, it may exist on this plane, which was a...
Okay.
And I have a lead on the hand from the giants.
We have a lead on the hand from the giants, so... Heart of a Major Fiends and the Phoenix Brazier. Oh, that's what? No, wait. Because the Aboleth isn't a fiend. We got the blood of an elder god.
You got the blood of an elder god, but not the heart of a fiend.
Yeah, the Aboleth isn't a fiend. So Heart of a Major Fiend and the Phoenix Fire Brazier is still on our list.
I'll ask about the Brazier.
I might have some lead on the Phoenix Brothers and the Phoenix Legion. He might have something to do with that.
Okay.
Is there a major demon on Oredin, and where can we find it?
Almost definitely multiple, actually.
Well, we'll
Where
ask...
is the closest? Where's the closest one?
Yes. Where is the closest major demon that we can find?
Yeah, that's. Well, yeah,
I'm not entirely well schooled in demon physiology. Is it worth specifying nearest fiend with a heart?
Yes, that would probably be good, because some of them are ooze-like, from what I understand from this book. And I hold up the I hold up the book of Thondra, one of the books from Thondra, and like, yeah, see right there, it's a goo of some sort.
I'm sorry, I'm just fully picturing like a pop-up book.
Yes,
We can turn
This is Beelzebub!
we can turn that into just one question. It could just be, where is the closest demon with a heart?
what's this?
Major
Major
fiend.
demon.
Major demon.
Major
Closest,
fiend.
closest major fiend with a heart. Where is the
okay,
closest major fiend with a heart?
Is it
And
worth
that's just one question.
specifying that we mean heart in the physiological sense? Because I would really hate to get sent
With the
after
physical
a demon
heart.
that's like
The morality,
really
morality
poetic.
demon.
Yeah.
Where is the closest major fiend with? Where is the closest major fiend with a physical heart?
Yeah.
I love
That's
watching
the question.
players formulate specific questions for things like this, or like, I actually had a group that they had an opportunity to cast, to have a Ifrit give them a wish spell, or cast the wish spell for them, and they like spent an hour coming up with the perfect phrasing and wrote it down in a contract in order to make sure that it was the perfect,
Yes.
the perfect
Yeah.
spell.
legally binding document.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've I have participated in many of those those sessions against our DMs.
So, have you
Alright,
formulated
that is-
your questions?
That is
Yeah,
that's
that's-
4. We have
That's
no,
4.
no,
We got a
have
fifth
4.
one.
Demon
It's
Lords,
okay, I've got
who
a
has-
fifth one.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
I
so
guess that's a fifth one.
I am going.
You get-
You're going to tell me when you cast the spell. You're going to make the roll, and when I tell you that the spell is complete, that is going to start a timer. I'm going to actually watch the clock for a minute.
Can we write down the questions specifically and have them in order?
Oh,
Mirth already
Mirth
has
did
them.
it.
Mirth already has them.
He's the one who's yeah. All right. Okay, Mirth.
No,
Alright, are we all ready?
yeah.
We're all ready.
Okay. Wish me luck. And he'll cast Contact Other Plane.
Give me the. Are you reaching out to the same entity?
I mean, he picked up his phone last time.
Yeah, I mean, he's been pretty good so far. Good customer service, rapid response.
Okay, make your roll.
Yeah, let's just poke the soul of a famed necromancer. What could go wrong?
What's he gonna do, huh?
Nothing could go wrong. Luna's not here to yell at us for it.
I'm so good at this. Alright, let's go.
You know what?
Okay, the spell starts. you begin casting the spell. You speak the words of power. You call out the name of Enon, and the spell connects. You begin your questions now.
How many
Hey,
demon lords are present in Oredin?
8.
Who has
Jesus.
most recent possession of the Feywild Orb?
A spider.
Where can we go to find the
go
Feywild
to
Lord?
Find the Feywild Orb. You're like underground.
The city of my enemy.
Shit.
Who is your enemy?
Naughty word. Where is the nearest major fiend with a biological heart?
You asked who is my enemy?
Yeah.
He responds, the Duke.
Ah, boom.
Where is the nearest major fiend with a biological heart?
Behind you!
This is the 5th question, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, then I'll give you I'll give you an answer, but I have to think about it. This is the DM thinking. The answer comes immediately. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So,
Can I just note, I'm really glad we found an actually relevant question, because Angus's question was going to be, will Luna ever actually wear the dress that Vasir bought for her?
I'm gonna ask the necromancer.
And it would probably just
You know,
get a maybe.
Unclear.
No?
I would love it if the one word answer was just who.
where is the nearest major fiend with a biological heart?
We forgot to put of its own. Not one, it just happens to be holding
Well, I mean,
a biological
if it has
heart.
a heart, it could be. I mean, I'm hoping the necromancer isn't a complete asshole.
Yeah, I am too, but I'm just saying the DM may or may not be a complete. Like we show up.
I'm hoping that the tyrant who created the largest army of the undead isn't a dick.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like wandering away. Like we happen upon this major demon out there plucking the heart out of one of its sacrificial victims. What are you doing here? Well, we're here for your heart. I don't have a heart. Well, I mean, well, you're holding one. Well, it's not mine. Well, not technically.
It is still his heart now that the previous owner is dead.
Yeah.
Below the fortress.
Oh
Boom.
shit. Okay.
All right, cast it again. Which fortress?
No, I think we know which fortress.
Every time
Yeah.
this isn't stated in the spell, but I think every time you cast it and try to contact the same being, I'm going to increase the difficulty of the spell, of the saving
Okay.
throw, because I think
that
like
is-
the
yeah,
more you try to pester the same entity, the more it can resist you trying to do so. But if you
Like-
cast it to contact a different entity, I might reset it.
Sure. Does it reset after a long rest?
I would reset it after probably a long rest, or at least.
All right, because
You-
I
you
think
have to give some time.
commune does that.
Okay.
It gets unreliable. Yeah, if you cast the spell 2 or more times before finishing your next long rest, there is a cumulative 25% chance after each casting that the first you get no answer.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, technically you can keep casting this over and over again, right? Like, it's never gonna get any harder to do it, but I think that if you try to continue to pester the same being, it will get more dangerous to do so. But if you,
Yeah, that makes
again,
sense.
you can pester other beings.
I'd love to pester other beings.
Well, guys, it's been 4.5 hours. So, real quick, are you guys going to stay here the night or continue to move on? Again, the stone giants have begun to act as if you're not really there, just completely ignoring you unless you address them directly, in which case they will speak to you. You have one last prisoner, which Sharpeye has been kind of guarding and eating fish while he does. But yes, where do you? What is your plan for your continued journey? It is still. This would have been where you would have stopped for. Actually, you had already stopped for the day, and then you traveled. No, it had been a few days. This is a few days later, right,
Yeah.
on your journey. So this is like you broke for your afternoon meal, and you've spent a couple of hours in this clearing with the stone giant. Do you want to continue on for another 4 hours of travel before making camp, or do you want to stop here?
Sarani wants to stay here and help them finish this before we leave.
Okay.
That'll be what we spend some time doing anyway.
Okay. You spend the rest of the day in this clearing with the stone giants, sometimes asking them questions and other times allowing them to work in silence. They move with grace and strength as they recreate these stone archways, and as soon as the stone archways are up, they begin finding ways of patching the stone that is broken or finding new stones to put in their place. And they begin to carve into them faces and images of their people. You are all of you begin to make camp, maybe a little bit away from their area, dragging the hobgoblin prisoner along with you, tying him up and keeping him captive.
Push him in the river.
You find...
What?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I said you tie him up, push him in the river, and he slipped.
You find a spot a little bit away from the clearing that you're still near the stone giants. After a day's hard labor and pondering the questions that you've asked, there's a place where a random wild vine of pumpkins grows. And you get a sense of comfort in this place. It's a good spot to make camp. The ground is soft and warm from the sun, and there seems to be few rocks here. Just an open dirt area, which would be a perfect place to lay out your bedrolls. As the sky fills with stars, you make camp, and you think about all the places you may need to go, and all the trouble that the world is in. 8 demon lords. 8. The number 8 just keeps hovering in your mind. And Mirth, you think about the 8 gods, the trinkets that you have upon you, and the correspondence between those numbers. We'll end there with you making camp not far from the stone giants. They're humming, kind of making vibrations in the air, calming vibrations as you begin to drift off to sleep soundly this night. I hope you enjoyed the game, guys. I hope it was fun. Lots of information and a fun little encounter with some stone giants.
Actually, was very beneficial to me. Actually,
let's do some favorite moments. We like to do that at the end of every adventure, just to encourage each other's role playing, and let us know that we appreciate playing with each other and the awesome things that we contribute to the game. If you are in chat and you want to add favorite moments of your own, we just ask that if you add a favorite moment for one of the characters, you try to do it for all of the characters. As we go through, I'll just ask each one of you individually, of course, what your favorite moment was for your particular character, and then I'll open it up to the group. Alex, favorite of the series?
I think him kind of reacting fairly negatively to Sarani's violence is probably something, because he's kind of come to the conclusion that like arguing with Sarani is kind of like pointless, and he's starting to learn like there's just some things that I'm not going to be able to talk to them about, so I have a problem. I need to go and just deal with it on my own and let them be who they are. It was kind of the way that he dealt with that, which was very mature for him in comparison to I'm not going to wear a shirt.
Other favorite Vasir moments from the gang?
I really liked that Vasir stepped up to. I think Dio said the same thing. Trying to discuss things with the giants in his own way, where he's still not exactly sure of himself. So being the spokesperson was really kind of like thrust upon him, because he's like, I speak giant. This is awesome. Oh crap! What do I say to him? Right? Like, yes, I get to use my skills, but I don't have any skills in talking to people because I'm really bad at that. And having to, discuss the concept of time, the passage of time, like, well, you see, we just keep an eye on it. And they're like, yeah, but that's stupid. And he's like, well, it works. Like his go-to was like, seems to be working okay for us. So yeah, I like the fact that Basir got a chance to use some skill that he's had, but hasn't had a chance to use yet, and use it in a way that's not normal for his character.
I knew that Vasir had Giant as a language when I put the Giants out there, so that was a fun opportunity to get him to use a language he doesn't get to use very often. I
was very happy about it.
Other Vasir moments today?
I just genuinely like that Vasir, when he gets at a point of like absolute frustration with what's going on around, takes the response of like, I'm going to get away from the situation and meditate and take deep breaths and stay calm. It's like surprisingly mature considering he's one of like the youngest character in the group. Whereas like Agus doesn't do that at all.
The youngest. Sarani is technically the youngest, and then Vasir.
I'll say from a DM to a player, and this is an Alex thing as well. The maturing of Vasir from seeing him argue adamantly until he gets to the point of frustration and then walking off, to now being aware that he is approaching that point ahead of time and saying, I'm going to walk away from this situation before I get too frustrated. Like that is a growth in the character, I think, where he can then come back and have that conversation in a more level-headed way as to, we may not see eye to eye, but we can move forward in this way. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's.
Well, I also just enjoyed like just reminiscing about this like monastery, who's all the information of which I've sent to Mark ahead of time, but I'm not sure if he's had the time to read through it.
I've read through some of it. I've skimmed through other parts of it, but I thought, I did want to give you that opportunity today. I knew you were really excited about it, so I wanted the opportunity for Vasir to gush about his home to the rest of the party. I thought that would be more realistic than everybody getting there and me suddenly lore dropping what the place is like, because I don't think there's any way Vasir would not talk all about what his home, what the.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Vasir would talk our ears off if we let him about everything going on in the monastery.
Oh, definitely.
Because we don't really ask, and that's something I think that's weird for our characters. It's like we're all together, but there's a lot of our history that we just don't discuss with each other. And getting this kind of information from Vasir and the way Vasir delivers it, Angus's Mirth doesn't reveal anything. Sarani doesn't have a past. Sarani doesn't have a past, and Angus gives us little bits cryptically when he has to.
Angus doesn't want to tell you what it was like being on the Bloodthirsty Sun, because it wasn't something he's proud of.
Yeah. Well, that in your past lives too. Like you only give us just little bits, and that's
literally what I'm working with. It's that I wake up and go,
I got some bits today.
herbs.
But I do enjoy that us as a group, while we have these diverse backgrounds and these diverse lives, that we do get a chance, like Vasir today, was just like, yeah, this is where I came from, this is my house, this is, and it just starts running on, and Sarani catches a third of it, like, so you have a robot, like, that's...
Right, yeah.
I'm genuinely really curious which master you would have said that Luna would have gotten along with, though.
Oh, that's true.
I'm not going to trust a halfling.
Oh yeah, you can't trust halflings. That's one of Sarani's life rules.
Don't trust a halfling.
Kim, what was your favorite Mirth moment today?
Get back to me. I'm gonna sift through a few of them.
Okay. David, what was your favorite Angus moment today?
I genuinely love you calling Angus over, being like, right, I'm gonna do the thing, and Angus just being like, Fuck now!
I loved Angus just. What was the whole thing of him just like turning into a sultry seductress for some reason? I am 100% confused.
When I get to those moments where I'm like, what am I doing? And I'm like,
He wasn't going to burn you too.
they're coming out of my mouth and I hate it.
You just became Annie while still being dressed as Angus. Like it just happened, and I feel it's like.
It was just really, the hobgoblin was laughing at me, so I was just like, I'm gonna make him uncomfortable.
My question is, did David go, what the fuck am I doing? Or did Angus go, what the fuck am I doing?
You didn't hear him? Because I commented on that. Like, he's like, what the fuck am I doing? I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what you do. Why did you do that?
It's when I'm playing either Declan or Annie, though, because Declan had the same moment when he met Araska and was like, I could represent you, you know. Do you have a manager? And I was like, what the fuck am I doing?
I just love the idea that Angus has so many like voices going on in his head, plus the alternate personas that he himself has created, that like he slips into them and then he's like, where what's going on right now?
Yeah, I think that's honestly a nice quirk of Angus that is coming out more and more. We're seeing it more and more. Where Angus is losing that every now and then. Angus loses that control that he has, especially when he gets angry. Because it's been a couple of times when he's been angry that he kind of slips up. Like he was being Declan and kind of slipped into the Angus roles. I will kill you. You know, that kind of thing where he has those, oh, here's the layer, but here's the real Angus.
Yeah. And
then sometimes it goes the opposite direction of what he wants. He's like, I'm trying to be really, really mad at this guy. He's laughing at me. Oh, I'll just use the happy voice then. It's just like, he goes the opposite direction.
I just feel like when Angus gets into one of his personas, like, that persona just really takes over for Angus. Yeah. Like, he just goes full force into it, and, like, it takes him a second to reel it back in.
Oh, yeah, that's... I think my favorite Angus moment was the first conversation with the god, with the necromancer, like, hi? Like he's on a blind date, like, do you know if there's one of these?
Yeah.
And it's just like, he's like, you have a minute. It's like, and he goes, Murph, you could have fucking told me, like, when Murph comes out, he goes, you could have told me that there were restrictions and stuff, not just, hey, you got 5 questions, 1 more answers, go. And he's like, yeah. What?
I actually really enjoyed Angus going over and apologizing to Vasir, and the conversation between the two of them. That was actually my favorite moment for both of the characters today. Just the conversation between them was really, really great.
Yeah, I love that Vasir's opening gambit was basically like, you seem to do this a lot. Just come and apologize. You need to be better.
We have this problem where you continuously apologize to me about things, and, like, apologies, it doesn't really mean a lot to apologize if you don't, like, stop needing to do so.
Yeah. I just have this mental image of Angus in, like, a shrug motion, and the camera pans, and he's holding a dagger, and it's in somebody's throat. I'm sorry.
What? Just pay no attention to the dagger here. It's fine. Here, it's fine.
Kim, did you come up with your favorite Mirth moment for today?
Yeah, I think it has to be contacting other players. It was just really fun as a player, and for the character, it felt like a really big step. Like he spent his whole life looking everywhere and picking up as many tokens from as many people as he can, just to try and get shit out of them. And now he has a reliable way to get to somebody who knows infinitely more than anyone he could meet personally does. So
yeah, that's pretty
I would
awesome.
Also like to note, I love the logistic terror that Mirth is now going to be riding into battle on his Phantom Steed, with like a
Oh,
100
yeah.
foot of movement, just going
Oh, yeah.
anywhere and just screwing things up with his menagerie of spells.
Yes.
It's gonna be great.
My favorite moment, the one that gave me the best joy and fear is, okay, don't piss it. We're not going to piss them off. Don't bother the Giants. We're going to be friends with them. And the first thing Mirth does is, hey, look, more goblins. And they do and you take real damage from them. What the fuck, Mirth? Like, that's the exact opposite of what we said.
Yeah.
It's the total opposite.
At
And
the
Mirth's
same
like,
time,
it'll be fine.
Nobody knew that happened. Literally, no one knew that happened.
Yeah,
I know, but that's for me. But I can just, it's one of those things, like, it's perfect Mirth.
It is.
Right?
It is
It's
perfect Mirth.
It's like, oh, you don't want them to attack us? Cool, I'll distract them.
Yeah.
But his way of distracting is this, oh, we will only hurt a little bit.
Yeah, it's
Right?
only going to hurt a little.
Yeah, that's...
I'll tell you what. I had two main things that like popped out for me as far as Mirth was concerned. One was him just like hearing about these stone giants having their own god that they worship, and he's just like, "Do you have a symbol that I could perhaps collect?" I do that a lot, and the other one was calling Basir over and going, "So I'm talking to old dead gods."
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely.
I just need a like real quick, as if it's a minor detail as to what's going on.
Yeah, like, between us making sandwiches... Oh, by the way, I was talking to some minor gods earlier today.
Dio has said Vasir talking to the giants and discussing the passing of time. Angus, the sultry, seductive mistress, and Mirth taking control of the battlefield and making enemies. Those were her favorite moments so far. Rick, tell me your favorite Sorani moment today.
Honestly, I think it's, for me, it was Sorani's outburst.
Really great moment.
To Angus and Vasir about why this is not why he's in this mode, right? Like this kind of protection thing, how it really drove in on him about how he feels about the people he cares about.
Yeah, I'd say that's basically the one for me as well. I mean, Zorani generally doesn't like go on crusades that much, but he's been doing it lately. Mm-hmm. Michael was the first, and now he's just like, I shall treat everyone who has done harm to others like I did Michael, but even worse.
Yes.
Yeah, Sorani has become the vengeance of nature. He's literally like, I am Swamp Thing now.
Yeah, it
comes out of the river caked in mud, dripping with dirt, and just...
when he rolled around in the mud for the mud bath.
Yeah.
Scary. My favorite moments were, the outburst was amazing, and then also there was that one really small, sweet moment with the druidcraft and just making flowers bloom around his feet. I thought was a great facet into the other side, because Sorani is like destruction incarnate. He's just there. He gets hit. He doesn't care. He's still stabbing the guy. And then there's the other side, which is just creation. He's still nature.
Yep.
As much as he is an unstoppable killing machine, he's still that pure little spark of joy and dirt and apple.
Yeah, nature has two sides, right? Growth and it is both destructive and growth. I think that that Sorani embodies that. I really enjoyed the moment between Sorani and the stone giant after the outburst. Personally, I thought that was really great, where he actually listened. It's like, this person is from down below. They have their words are probably wise, just like Beraldi's, and so he listened to the stone giant, and I appreciated that.
That's kind of what he was thinking. Like what I was thinking for Sorani. Like he would, he listens to Luna and he listens to Basir and the guys, but this is somebody who lives there, right? This is somebody who knows the stone and the deep and all that. So, and they come off as wise. So his, the guy didn't say him, hey, knock it off, quit being a butthead. It was, a teaching moment for him. And, I did like the fact, as a DM moment, I did like the fact that you gave him that carrying the stone giant that caring about feeling bad that Serrani's not going to be able to return where he belongs because of what he's doing. That was a really good touch for me, and I really like that as a player from an NPC. But then again, your NPCs are always great, so I don't know why I keep getting surprised by them.
I appreciate that. So yeah, I guess that's a good segue into DM moments. If you guys have
I
any.
just want to quickly give mine because I didn't get.
I'm so sorry. No, go right ahead, please.
I just really liked when the hobgoblins were coming and Serrani just sort of in the as I wanted deleted like Angus help me scout ahead, and Angus was just like I need a tree to hide behind, and Serrani just was just like I am a tree you can hide behind, and rooted himself. That, and it's always fun having conversations with Serrani not understanding things, or when he's like, if it's a bird and it can't fly, then it's not a bird. And that whole digression into we need to explain what a platypus is. That was just a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Those moments are fantastic. I do enjoy Serrani's like ignorance of the world and his like attempts to comprehend what you're explaining to him and being off base at times. Like sometimes it just goes in a direction that is so perfectly enjoyable to watch. Dio said that Serrani talking to the giants and taking counsel from them, and him creating the flowers were amazing moments. And she said for. Well, I'll read hers afterwards. But if you have any DM moments, let me know.
Well, personally, I'm just happy that you introduced some fucking giants for me, Todd. Too, that was great. But I always love the idea of like an encounter that is an encounter that's already encountered an encounter. It's like it's always interesting to me. Like you see some hobgoblins, they're being chased by some stone giants. Ooh, that's more interesting to me than just like there's some hobgoblins that are coming towards your location. Like it creates a more like the fact that there's stuff happening outside of us.
Yeah, that it's a very striking vignette, that idea of it, instead of it just being like, well, there are some wolves that are coming, and instead it's like, here is a scene you have stumbled across.
Right.
That would have played out if you had not been here, but it's now, because you're here, and you get to impact it and decide, do you just watch and wait for it to pass, or do you get involved? That, and then the fact that we're exploring a new part of the world, and that's tying in, so we're getting hints and bits and pieces of what's going on in the other campaigns, and it's just...
Yeah,
that
nice
was
to know how much is going on in the world.
Yeah, you weave plots like Archie weaves clothes, and it's fucking insane, man. Like so much stuff going on, and now we have concrete information on all the locations, and I think the care and the thought that all of those brings is really a good testament to your skill as a DM and as a storyteller.
Yes,
that's.
Stop
talking.
Like I said, your NPCs are, the bar that I set for myself as a DM, and the story, like Kim said, the way you interweave 7 different stories across the span of a month and keep it all. So it's interesting to not just those of us who are playing the one game, but interesting to all of us who are watching the others, because we know that something might happen in one of those games that impacts us, and it is phenomenal.
I've asked this of the other players, and I'll ask this of you guys too. Although this group has by far had the most interaction with the overarching stories, right? You've actually had a couple of crossovers now, and I think the most information about the other campaigns has filtered through this one in particular. But I've asked this of the other parties, and I'll ask this of you too. If there is any time in which the connections to the other games feels like it is forced or daunting, or in some way taking away from the game you're playing in and making it feel like it is in any way distracting from what we're doing, please let me know, because I very much want to be conscious of that.
No, I think that we have just a little bit of information from the campaigns, except for Saturday, of course, because of our crossovers. Our story arcs crossing each other. We're still not on the same path they are. Like, that was just like we converged at a certain spot, met each other again for one big fight, and then we're back off. So it didn't feel like we were tied to their story.
Sure.
It's just that their story crossed ours at some point. And I'm sure that other games are going to do the same thing, but I don't really, like, I don't know, Solani doesn't know the other players. Like, he knows who Michael was and who Caliph and all, those guys were. But he doesn't know who Sparks is.
Right.
Couldn't pick her out of a crowd. Has no idea.
Trying not to metagame too much, where it's like we know where some of the things we need are, but our characters don't.
Right.
So they need to get that information in a way that makes sense for them.
Sure.
So, like I said, when it's that matter of like, which city is it in, and then I had to phrase it and go, well, we don't even know that it's in a city because we don't.
Right.
Yeah.
We do now.
My goal is to let there be just enough information appear in a game without it feeling that it ties it together without feeling, again, forced or overwhelming, or like you are impeding on one of the other games or they're impeding on yours. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, I think that you've done a great job of it, and I think the proof is both the crossovers. Because there's not a single person playing in the crossovers that thought that they were overshadowed by the other group for any reason.
Hey, Alex Oliver, thank you for the raid. That's awesome. We are doing some just ending affirmations. We're kind of winding down our session. So if you feel free to hang out, see what we do. We're going to just be talking a little bit about it right here. Alex, you looked like you had something you wanted to say, but like kept getting spoken over.
No, it's fine. I've spoken to other people that like I've DM'd for before, and like I've had them like watch your games and stuff, and like give a nice like compare and contrast. Like, what are some things that Mark does that you'd like me to do, things along those lines. And one thing that I think that they've noticed at the very least, and they communicate with me, and I would agree, is that it's very clear that you don't have a lot of time to prepare like massive sessions, and you have like a lot of different groups that you have to pay attention to. Mm-hmm. But you have a skill to just make a story connect, regardless of how like off the rails it is. It's kind of interesting to me because I've never been able to, once a group gets off the rails entirely, I always have a problem trying to figure out a way to make it more relevant. Like, the most I can do is like, well, I mean, the big evil guys are still doing stuff, so now a bunch of people are dead. But that doesn't normally like help. Your ability to make the story consistently relevant to us, regardless of what we are, where we are, and what we're doing, is fascinating to me personally. I don't know how you do it.
We could talk about that. I'm gonna not pull the rabbit, like show how the rabbit gets pulled out of the hat on camera. But if you want, you and I can have a conversation about some of the things I do to make that possible. Because I have some things that I can give you as tools to show you to do that. Much in the same way, I watch your prep and I watch your games, and I've tried it. It's something right now. It's been a little difficult, like this week, because I've been literally learning Foundry. So that takes a little time. But I want to increase my preparedness for each game, so that there is a better. I think there is a better medium point between the amount of preparation that you do and the amount of ability to interconnect even when things get off the rails that I do. I think that I have at times, maybe more often than I'd like to admit, have veered too far in the direction of just letting the story flow and then making things connect as it goes. And I think, and there are times you could see the difference in like the big fight sessions that we've had in the crossovers. It was clear that I put a lot more time preparing for those, and you could see it in the way that the games played out. and I think that there needs to be a more of a balance from me between those 2 points. I think that's my greatest, the thing that I'm working on the most right now is wanting to have that. Have that.
Lundy puts in an inordinate amount of. Like, I think I put in the least amount of prep than Mark. I think I put in less prep than Mark does.
We're not going to say that that's noticeable ever.
But
I do like to just kind of sit there and just make like a bajillion things.
You do.
Yeah, you potentially do.
You do.
Mostly because, to be fair, my parties literally ask for me to just like make a bajillion like side things they can just do at any time. So they're like, we want side quests. So I'm like, fine. I'll just make a bajillion of them then.
Yeah, but yeah, I think I do less prep than Mark does, to be honest.
I just like, I don't ever. I think there are times where the lack of preparation has been apparent in some of my sessions, and that's not something I want to have as a DM. And regardless of my ability to pull things out of my ass or interconnect the story in ways that I can just like you said, Alex, I don't want it to. I don't want our game sessions to feel like, oh, Mark doesn't have anything prepared today, and it's obvious. Like, I never want that to happen.
I never notice. Like, either I'm just oblivious, or you fooled me so well that you do it so well that I can't notice. But
I don't know either, but that might be in part because we have group chemistry.
We'll have so many sessions. we'll have sessions go by where absolutely nothing gets accomplished because of how much we all do. We all like just do a bunch of like random nonsense that Mark just kind of like plays along with.
It's true. The number one session for that, I have to say, is I had stuff prepared for you guys when you got back to Twiland Hill after rescuing Baraldi, and you guys got into town and you were all like, see ya, I got shit to do. And all like went different directions, and I was like, well, there goes my session prep. I guess we're doing whatever they wanted to do.
Nor said in chat that he 100% agrees with what Alex was saying, and I disagree. Honestly, I've never felt that there was an unprepared session, and that's his honest opinion.
You just create and weave so much stuff on the fly, and also have to create and weave so much stuff on the fly because of this stupid stuff we do.
You guys, you guys are all strong personalities with like individual characters that have individual goals, even though you all have goals as a party. And when you get into, especially when you get into a city where there's lots of things to do and lots of information, and you all have ideas about what you want to do, and there are times where I'm like, there's no way for me to prepare for that. There's literally no way for me to prepare for that.
I don't think we're too bad, though, in terms of being unpredictable, because my Thursday group, the DM complained that he drew an entire map of the city we were getting to, and when we arrived, we turned around and went back to the city we came from.
That's a feel. That's a big feel right there. Oh man,
things.
I had a whole world. My party spent an entire 2 sessions there because they got sidetracked by some random thing that I mentioned from a guard at the front gate, and literally ended up leaving Ravnica completely.
God!
They had no desire to be in Ravnica.
Wow.
They did one quest. Listen to something that the guard said at the front door, just offhand. You know, it's one things that you say like you're making things up as a DM, and just the guard is like, oh yeah, it's some stupid little teenager standing there with a shield and a spear and this crooked ass hat, and he's like, yeah, the mayor's been looking for people. They leave. One person there to buy. They're only there to buy horses so they can ride to where they're supposed to be going in the quest.
I think the main thing
for 2 sessions and then left.
The main thing, honestly, is the fact that the DM and the players have a particular like sort of give and take relationship that just sort of it either naturally flows or it has to be like artificially done. One of the two. But the main point is that the players need to go along with where the DM wants them to be, regardless of how. Like sometimes it can be done nice and organically, and it doesn't feel railroaded, but but sometimes it just happens where like your group just has a shit ton of plans that they don't discuss with you beforehand. You didn't make it clear that this is what you wanted to do, so I don't know that you're supposed to be doing this. Now I got to create a bunch of stuff on the fly, or I got to just like make up a personality for an NPC that you're going to be dealing with because you decided to go do a thing you didn't tell me about.
Hey, look. The number of times Don John's random generators have saved my ass because you guys decided to do something that I didn't expect, I can't even count them anymore. Like, especially with how many games I run, because it's constantly all the time. The way I run is like I try to make it so that the sessions are character driven, and if you're gonna do that, then you have to be able to like. You have to have those tools at your disposal where it's like, Google. Like, you just have to have to be ready for that.
Yeah, it's always frustrating whenever like they find an NPC and you roleplay the NPC and they want to learn more about the NPC. It's like, this is supposed to be a random NPC that just gave you some information so you could go. You're not supposed to like decide, I'm now interested in this guy and I want to learn more about him. Oh, good gracious.
Look, Captain, what's his name? Captain, Mornin, right? On the Wednesday game, he was literally supposed to just be a quest giver for like 30 seconds, and the whole party's like, we like him! Lucy's like, I'm gonna establish telepathic communication with him every time we see him now. He's gonna be my best friend. And I'm like, oh god, okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
You should fully just have like a table of personality traits prepared, so when you get into that situation, you can just roll on it. So it's like, okay, he's selfish and horny.
The way I do it is whenever an NPC becomes more important than just a passerby, where they have to interact with them on a more than regular basis, I will usually pick like an archetype or an archetype from like a TV show or a movie, like this type of character. When the Saturday group went to Nearmore and interacted with the elders, and I had the female elder there, literally the note I had for that female elder was Kathy Bates. That was the note I had for the personality for that elder. Like, that's just how I kind of like think about like fleshing out the personality of the character. Or when it comes to like monsters, I'll read a little bit in the monster manual about what their culture is like and just try to embody that the best I can through roleplay. Like the stone giants, that's what I did with them. It's like, okay, they think the outside world is a dream and nothing matters there, and that their consequences, that there's no consequences for their actions. So how do I convey that to the players in a way that makes them not seem... it makes it so it's not forced, but it's a part of their culture and personality, and just kind of pick a character trait, pick an archetype. I'd love to sit here and shoot the shit for the rest of the day about DMing and the games and everything like that, because I love to have my head inflated with all of your compliments to my DM style. But I'm going to go and make dinner for my children, so we'll have to wrap this up. Thank you, everybody who showed up for the Raiders, for 20 viewers. Thank you so much for being here. One Page Mage, I would love to hear more about your preps and the entire town that your players skipped in the first session or second session of your game. So hang out, get on our Discord if you're not on our Discord. We are here literally every day of the week playing D&D. Lundy, you've got games going on if you want to talk about those, and Rick, you as well.
Yeah, real quick, I just want to note, next Friday, 10 a.m. To 1 p.m. and 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. are going to be 2 one-shots that I'm going to be running for the charity stream that we're going to be doing, and I still need players. So if you join the Discord and just shoot me a message, I'll know that you're interested. And I just need a good list of players. If I can get like at least 4 or maybe 5 for each one, that would be good.
That's for the 28th of August, correct?
Yes, that's for the 28th. 10 a.m. EST to 1 p.m. EST and 1 p.m. EST to 4 p.m. EST. That's when those will take place. 6 hours of one shots. And also, of course, you can catch me doing my DM prep throughout the week on my own Twitch channel normally. And I also DM games on Tabor Snapping's channel on Monday nights at 7 p.m. And I DM a game on Thursday evenings on TVRNA's channel as well. And both of them are some really fun games that I've been doing for at least 2 months now. So,
Rick?
To go off what Alex said, on the 28th and 29th at 10 p.m. Eastern to 1 a.m. Eastern time Friday night, I will be doing a one-shot, which is the attempted assassination of Empress Scalene. And then at 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Saturday, we will be running the other half of that, where the players attempt to thwart the assassination attempt of Empress Scalene.
Interesting.
So you get to play both sides. I'm looking for approximately 4 to 5 players, approximately 4 players who want to take up those time slots. So, like Lundy said, shoot me get on the Discord. You can go to my Discord as well at the _Loophole King _ for Discord. Also, you can catch us on Sunday nights, where you get to watch Alex, David, and Mark play in a game called What Lies Ahead, which is set in the much distant ancient past of Oredin. You can watch Lundy kill things with one shot, so the rest of the group doesn't have to do anything. And you can watch...
shouldn't you know it?
Yeah,
it is
whatever.
bullshit. Not what he said. The fact that you actually can do that.
Yeah. And then on tomorrow night, you can see me and Alex on DMs After Dark. If you are a DM one-page mage, Mark, Alex, we do a roundtable discussion from 10 p.m. Eastern to about midnight. And we are starting a new game on Fridays at 1 p.m. Eastern. We have 2 players. I need 3 more players. So check that out on Mark's page and my page on Discord. And the charity streams. I think that's it. Oh, I'm sorry. If you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and share the videos so everybody can get caught up on what this wacky group does from day to day.
And I just want to give a shout out to Tinkerbells90 and Dual Dot. Thank you for the follows. Welcome aboard. Join our Discord and hang out with us. Find out more about Oredin. Well, guys, have a wonderful day. Thank you for playing with us, and we will see you all tomorrow at 1 o'clock in the afternoon for Help Wanted, and 7 p.m. for the Dance Macabre. We'll see you later. Have a good night.
Later, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
If you are hanging out in chat, we are going to be doing a raid, so give me a few moments to set that up. Just hang out and enjoy all the little sparks and check out all the times that we play.